up? What up? It's your boy, Jada King Hefner, the beautiful Cali Sun, and the beautiful Asana Moon. And we're back again for another episode of the Dog King Power Hour. And the title of today's episode is Smack Talk. Smack Talk. And what do I mean by that? We'll get to that right about now. Oh yeah, baby. These girls that went Pocahontas on y'all, baby. Look at Queen Callie. Oh yeah. Then you move over here to the beautiful Asana Moon. Ooh, look at them eyes. Look at that hair. That girl that went Pocahontas. Ooh wee. It's about that time, girls, to go straight to the Dog King Power Hour. Right about now. Whoa, what up, what up, what up? Man, had a little technical difficulties getting in here just a second ago. But I'm so glad to be here this morning, man. Boy, this is finna be a good power hour. I guarantee you. Man, I'm so hyped. Happy to see all you guys here early. Man, I couldn't even get to some of the comments that were happening before the show, because I was working on a few things, a few new things last minute, trying to get a few things together. As you can see, the look of the show is just a little bit different, and it'll probably be different next week. I'm still working with some things, but I'm so glad to have everybody here today. And as you can see, the title of today's show is Smack Talk. Smack Talk. And what I mean by that is, I think everybody knows what happened earlier this week. And I actually already did a show about the smack heard around the world. But there was so many good comments on that video that I need to break down, that I decided to call this show Smack Talk. And also, you can talk about something like that forever, to be quite honest. I felt like even after doing the video, I didn't get everything out that I wanted to get out. So with all that said, it should be a fun day. As always, I'm kicked back, relaxed. I'm getting through every video comment that I've chosen. And I'm going to definitely work my way through all the constructive comments in the live stream. But I want to say good morning to you guys. And as you can see, I have the beautiful Callie back out on a Dog King Power Hour, and she rarely wakes up for a Dog King Power Hour. But she wanted to accompany her friend Asana Moon, because she has a few appearances due here. So I figured that, or not I, but Callie figured that she accompany her today, since she gave her the limelight on the last Dog King Power Hour. So I changed the girls' hair up, as you can see. I went on and braided their hair, gave them two pigtails, basically. And I actually love this style sometimes. And right now, it's just a good change up. So with all that said, I saw 3 people get in here first this morning. It was Sang, Fira Feline, and MGTOW. And not quite in that order. I think may have been Fira Feline in here first, actually. And I'm going to read the comments in just a second. But when I came, and I know I took a while because I was working on the show, but when I got a chance to come and comment, I called those 3 names to see who would respond first. And your boy MGTOW came through like he normally does. And right now, since I have an official scorecard, I think that's your fifth victory. I don't have it right here in my hand, but I think that's your fifth official victory since I sort of started the tally last week. So that's 5 for MGTOW. I think the next closest person may be 2, and then we have a couple of ones, something around that order. Uh, if I can reach it and see what it is, I'll let you guys know in just a second. But with all that said, let's go through the good mornings right quick to see who checked in early with me, man. Like I said, I know Fira Feline was here, number 1. And he said the new king of Memphis, J-Dog King Hefner. Yeah, Fira, appreciate you, bro. Sane says he spoke to Fira of MGTOW. That was cool, just like I thought. They were talking about a new doll, and it seems like MGTOW says he actually has a new cosplay for his girls. So that's pretty cool. He has a dog nurse cosplay for his girls. Congratulations, MGTOW. And it sounds like he was pretty excited by getting that cosplay, if you know what I mean. Okay, moving on down. I want to talk about the personal stuff. MGTOW did say he has a total of 8 heads right now. And like I said, guys, I found out that me personally, I'm the type of dog owner. I think I'm going to want a head for each body because I actually had one body that I shared between Austin and Tsunade, and it just didn't sit right with me. But with all that said, it's a definitely easy way to have multiple girls without having multiple girls, if you know what I mean. Because changing that head, she's not going to be the girl that she used to be. She is going to be a totally new personality when you change that head. But once you take the head off, that's when it starts messing with me because I want my reality to be so close to my fantasy that sometimes it sort of ruins it when I have to change the head off. But with all that said, it's definitely a cost-saving way of having multiple girls and multiple personalities, and it's a great way to exercise your imagination. I promise you that. Sane says he's not totally familiar with everything as he's pretty new to the space. Don't worry about it, Sane. You'll get caught up really quick. Edmund Dante is checking in. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, look, I'm sorry, guys. I got to put Amira up here. Amira got here early today. What up, Amira Baker? Good to see you. Seems like my button's sort of sticking today, man. Okay, there you go. Guess who's early today? Amira Baker. Good to see you. Man, I've been noticing that over this last week, I didn't have quite as many female comments on my videos. But it's always good to see Amira Baker in the house. Edmund Dantes. Anyone got any dog brand on their radar? He said, I'm completely sold by Zelex. The 165 will be mine in the future. Zelex, I actually talked about them previously. I actually like Zelex Doll and what they're doing. They're a new company. They're doing some great things. Silicone wise, I'm really leaning, not leaning, but I'm really liking what they're doing. But as I mentioned before, when I compare them and their prices to some of the other brands I'm interested in right now as well, as a consumer, I would probably go somewhere else first. But let me tell you, if you get a Zelex doll, you are not messing up by any means of the word. I promise you, you are not messing up. Uh, like I say, I don't want to go out and vouch for anybody full fledged until I touch their product. But Zelex is a legitimate brand, and from what I've seen, they have some very nice dolls. Fever saying a MGTOW. That's when I asked them to come in. Ah, Fever won. Wait a minute. Did Free Will actually win? Okay, perfect. Fever said MGTOW was first. Okay, perfect. Perfect. MGTOW says, I'm the hungry nematode. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Still hungry, still hungry, still. I don't know what he mean by that. MGTOW said, good to see you. Good to see you too, my friend. Oh, just to let anybody know that's just tuning in, the title of this show is Smack Talk. And it's because I did a show about that big event that happened at the Oscars, which I never look at the Oscars. I'm not into all of that. I don't really look at any award shows, to be quite honest with you. Hold on. Excuse me, guys. I don't look at really any award shows, to be quite honest. But my mom sent me a text and told me that Will Smith had smacked Chris Rock. And I'm like, what? And I'm just knowing it's fake, right? And when I clicked on the first YouTube video I clicked on, and I'm glad I clicked on it early. I don't know how things are now. But whenever big news break, it serves to get on YouTube immediately before things get taken down or censored or whatever. But the first video I clicked on definitely showed the whole thing. And man, I couldn't believe what happened in a very, very bad way. It was embarrassing to the highest order, unnecessary to the highest order. And man, when I saw all the comments after I made a video about it, I'm like, yep, I'm going to have to do a deep dive. Guess what? If there were any time limits, they are off today. So, hey, guess what? During this stream, if you got to leave, come back, whatever, I understand, because I have no idea when it's going to end. I promise you, because I'm going as long as I got to go. Guarantee you that. MGTOW said, this is fun. Yeah, I know it's always fun when you win a MGTOW, but hey, I encourage everybody to keep participating and trying to get in here. And once again, I know in your mind, you might be saying, Jay, you don't even know when the hell you getting your next dog. How do you know when you're going to be able to give me a dog? Guess what? I don't know. That's the truth. I don't know. But what I do know is it will be a day when I'm able to do that. I do know that. I do know that it will be a day that I have such overflow that I'll be able to give back. To give back to my great viewers. And so I believe it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So all I need you guys to do is keep believing with me and keep trying to win. And says, what's up, Edmund? Edmund Dantes, my guy. MGTOW said it's almost bedtime, but he'll try to stay for a couple of hours. I appreciate you, MGTOW. Feline says the countdown has begun. And my boy Kevin Gray says, let's get it. MGTOW says, I miss seeing Saima Renee Uzumaki. Hey, what I love is that you guys are actually missing the girls. That's what I really love, is that you actually missing the girls, because they definitely are going to be in a rotation, coming back and forth and back and forth. And every now and then they'll all be out. So I'm glad you guys are missing the girls. And I definitely make a note of that, MGTOW, to bring my beautiful Saima out very soon. Withering Liberal. What up, Withering Liberal? He said, what up, J. Dog King Hefner? And Amir Baker, so good to see you, Jay. It's good to see you too, Amir. I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. John Yo, sup, King? What up, John Yo? Edmund Dante said, Jay, you should do your own award show. Line up the girls by the best booty. Smack them for the jiggle tease. Fever Feline says, 24-hour stream today. Honestly, Fever Feline, I say this. John Yo, I think he was the first one to actually bring that up. And at the time, I didn't have the capabilities of doing a 24-hour stream because with the software I was using and the package I was in, I couldn't do that. But as of today, you know, if that was to ever come up, I could actually pull it off. And I've been thinking about, man, you know what? One of these days, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. It sounds like something I want to do. I don't know if I'm going to be sitting here for 24 hours. Y'all might see me walking out from the screen, laid out, doing all type of stuff. But I can guarantee you that it will be on for 24 hours. I can say that. I'm trying to see what Sane talking about. I got to put that up. Sane says, honestly, I don't even want a dog from you. Oh, he said, I don't even want a dog from you, bro, to hear for the community. It's the reason I didn't say nothing. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Look, man, I appreciate you. The thing is, I understand your mentality as well, man, because as a viewer and as a consumer myself, I know the mindset that you have. You're like, man, I don't even want nothing. I'm just here for the guys. I'm here for the conversation. I'm here for the fun. And honestly, here's the deal. You guys, I appreciate all of you being here. I really do. But I'm envisioning the future. That's all. I'm envisioning the future. And I'm just imagining a day to where, man, I can give back, and appreciate you guys for being here. And, so if you're here, I would love for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with accepting a blessing. Everybody that's here, you're giving me a blessing by participating with me. I'm doing something I love, and you're here with me. So it's a blessing to have you with me. So one day, I would love to be a blessing to somebody else, and just be able to give a doll or an accessory or just something to spruce your life up. I can't promise I'm giving $1 away a day or anything like that. I can't promise I'm gonna be just like Mr. Beast and be able to do everything that he does. But with what I have, I would like to be able to give back a couple of times a year to my followers, just as a giveaway. And I was thinking about that one day off air, like, man, Jay, it'll be something amazing to be able to be blessed to do that, to be blessed. Because from my standpoint, if I'm being able to give dollars away, that means, man, I'm doing very well. That means I'm doing very well. That means I've added to my family. That means I've added to my family. That means I'm able to carve out a way to, in the foreseeable future, keep coming to you guys on a daily basis, as a living. So if I've gotten to that point, man, you damn right I want to be able to give something away, to give back. So hey, if I would love for you to participate if you're here. John Yo says, how's the girls? The girls are amazing. They are amazing. And John Yo said, I want that 24-hour stream so bad. Hey, look, I got to put my guy up here, man. Luda in the house. What up, Luda? Man, good to see you, my friend. He said, Jay is the main man of the hour. Sup, my guy? How your Wednesday going, King Health? Man, it's going amazing, Luda. Hopefully yours is going great, man. And honestly, it's good that you just checked in, because now I'm going to go ahead and get into the meat of the show. I'm going to get into the meat of the show. And the meat of the show is the viewer comments, basically. So I'm going to jump right in with those. And I'm going to work my way into the smack talk, so to speak. But the first comment I'm going to lead off with doesn't have anything to do with the smack talk, to be quite honest. It's a comment from Rock Gut Bloated. And it's something that I just sort of want to address. I was going to make a just standalone video, and I still may do that, because I know everybody doesn't get a chance to catch the Dog King Power Hour. So I still make a standalone video about this, and more than one, to be quite honest. And the question he asked me was about my washing techniques as far as the girls are concerned. And he asked me this question on my video, For the Love. So let me hunt this question down, and we'll get that answer for Rock Good. And we'll get this show started, because I cannot wait to get to some of these smack talk comments. I promise you, man, I cannot wait to get some of these smack talk comments, because They all deserve to be addressed. Every one of them. Okay, here it is. Now, Rod Gut asked me on the video For the Love. He asked me, do you wash, and he talked about my girls, do you wash hair, apply oil to the whole body, wait 1 day to dry, then apply powder, and all of that every month or even multiple times per month? So this is a sort of a complicated question here. He's asking me about my washing techniques and things of that nature. And what he's asked me is something that I think I used to do when I very first got a dog. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't really know exactly what I was doing. I knew you had to wash the dog. I knew that you had to apply oil in some way to the dog. I didn't know in what type of increments. I thought you had to do it every month. And also about the powder. And I knew you had to powder them every time you washed them. But once again, I was a neophyte. I didn't really know. So when I first got my dog, I sort of did what he said right here. I washed my dog. I applied baby oil, let it sit in for like a day and a half or something. And I came back and then I would just powder the girls. But after learning a little bit more about the girls and about the dogs, I realized that I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that all the time. And the reason I'm sort of doing this hesitation is because, man, what I really find out with these dogs is somebody's horn is going crazy. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but what I really find out about with these dogs is each dog. Oh my God. Get your car, man. Get your car. But either way, each dog is very unique. Very unique. And you have to learn your dogs. With the Kimber dogs, I found out they don't need oiling that much. They literally only need to be oiled about once every 3 months with the oiling process that he was describing. Meaning that you oil your dogs, you leave the oil on them for hours and let it soak in and get into their skin. And usually I would do that overnight. Usually I would, I'm laughing because this horn is ridiculous. Usually I would do that overnight with the girls. And the next day, after I can make sure that they're fully dried, I would go ahead and apply the powder. Now, with Saima Renee Uzumaki, my WM dog, she has a stickier TPE. And I found out with her, I actually have to do a little bit more maintenance with her. So at first, I did her just like the other girls, put oil on her, left it on overnight, and things of that nature. But now I've found that I just give her a small oil treatment pretty much every month. And what I mean by that is I wash the girls, give them a sponge bath with warm water and antibacterial soap. After they dry, I used to dry them with a towel. Now I don't. I have a nice size fan, a floor fan. I sit it right in front of the girls and I let it go for about 2 or 3 hours, to be honest with you. Then I go back, touch the girls, make sure that they're completely dry, because the way I bathe the girls is I have them hanging on a rack. The good thing about that is you don't have to worry about water being stuck up in their vagina because they're already standing up. So, with all that said, after they're good and dry, I'll come in there and with my Kimber dogs, like I say, I really examine them to see if they're dirty. If they have any dirt or anything on them. My girls pretty much stay spotless other than Callie. So with that said, I dry them off. I mean, now that they're dry, I put powder on them, and they're done. And they're done. With Callie, sometimes she has dirt on her. So this is the key, and I'll show you guys this in the video. This is the key. I'll wipe them down with oil, rub them up real good, give them a good oil massage. Then I will immediately take the paper towel, fold it up, and wipe their body. I don't let it sit. So that's what I call my oil treatment. You know, I get them good and lathered up with the oil, rub it in good, make sure any dirt or anything on them is loose, and I just wipe them down immediately. So I don't really let that sit. And so I do that treatment, you know, as needed with Callie. So just to break it down, with my Kimber girls, I only do that serious oiling process once every 3 months. If they're dirty, which in the case is Callie, I normally do this with her pretty much every month because I keep her out and active and outside. I give her a light oiling and I wipe her down just to make sure any dirt or anything is off of her. With Saima, she has sticky TPE. So I do the process that I just described with Callie, with Saima every month as well to keep her clean. You know, even when I don't see dust on her, I go ahead and give her a light oiling and I wipe her on down because I care about her and I don't want her to get dirty at all. Now, still, even with that maintenance on Callie and Saima, every 3 months, I give them that oiling where I let it sit in. And how I do that is I normally do the quick oiling where I wipe off the dirt, like I told you. And once I get the dirt wiped off, I put another coat of oil and let that sit overnight. So I know all of that was sort of complicated. I'm gonna do another video on it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna break it down even better when I do the video. Then I plan on doing a video in the future where I actually get hands-on and sort of show you what I'm doing. So I'm gonna do 2 separate videos on that. So Rod Gut Bloated, I could not answer you in the comment section because this answer was too long, too damn complicated. And at the end of the day, this is just me. I haven't talked to anybody about this, but this is just me sitting up thinking about it. I was just thinking about, you know what? I really think it comes down to every dog owner really sort of learning their dog, learning their brand, and learning what they need to do as far as maintenance wise and how to upkeep their dog. I think it can differ, honestly, between each dog owner. I really do believe that. But the main thing to know is to keep your girl clean, yes, you do need warm water. I'm talking about TPE girls because silicone girls is a totally different thing and it's a lot easier. But with TPE girls, you're going to need warm water, antibacterial soap. You know, you're going to have to oil them every so often, depending on how you feel is needed. Like you said, you can do a light oiling just to keep them clean, you know, get dirt off of them. And then you can do a more heavier oiling every 2 or 3 months to make sure that their body is replenished. Because over time, they leak small amounts of TPE. So you want to make sure that they're replenished and they don't completely dry out. So that's the whole reason you do the baby oil thing. So I know that was a long answer, but it was one I felt that was needed to be said because a lot of people have asked me about the washing process. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and handle this for Rod Gut and make sure he knows what I do. And he asked me also, do I do it multiple times per month? I only clean the girls as far as giving them a bath once a month. I've said this, in the future, if I'm end up making love to any of my girls, for me, that process may change as far as doing a more frequent full body wash. I have to see how I feel about it after making love, because I know that a lot of dog owners after making love, they just end up cleaning the spots or the private parts of the girl, and maybe giving her a general wipe down, but they normally don't give their girl a full bath. They mainly just they flush out the private parts and make sure she's wiped down. With me, I'm thinking that I'll probably, in that case, do some type of thing where I give my girl a full body wipe down. If it's not as serious as a bath, it'll be something similar. And I know the guys that's out there making love to their dogs, they're probably saying like, man, if I did that every time I made love to her, that'd be a lot of work. So once again, in that area, I haven't ventured to that area yet, but I know more about that whenever I get to that point, and I definitely report that to you guys. So man, I spent a lot of time on that first question, but once again, I'm gonna tell you why I don't care, because I don't know when this power hour is gonna end, and guess what? I don't care, because I'm just finna have fun with y'all and check back in if you gotta leave, because guess what? This could go on to the wee hours, baby. I have no idea. The next comment is from my guy, Edmund Dantes, on perfect. No. Sorry, Edmund. I only answered right good first. Now I'm going back to the beginning. And the beginning of the comments was my guy, Blue CCG. He used to be Blue Blast, but he changed his name. And I'm sorry, Blue Blast or Blue CCG. He's doing something new on his channel, and I forgot exactly what that is. He's doing something new, so he changed his name. But he said something on my video. Nope. I'm wrong again, guys. Okay. It was Gringo Latino. I love his name. It was Gringo Latino. I went back too far into the Dog King Power Hour book. Gringo Latino made a comment on my another Walmart run video, and it was just a quick comment. I feel like, okay, I'll say something about this. I'm gonna like it right now because I didn't get a chance to comment. But he said, on my another Walmart run, me and Callie went out to get some new cords for the Dog King Power Hour, actually for the computer, so to run a little bit better. And he said, everything goes in Walmart. It ain't nothing you don't see throughout the store on YouTube videos from Walmart. And I have to agree with him. You'll see damn near anything going down in Walmart on a YouTube video or just a video on the internet anyway. And honestly, when I was going into Walmart with Callie, I know in the back of my mind, I was just thinking like, nobody better not say a dang thing with some of the stuff I done seen happen in Walmart. This is very, very subdued compared to a lot of the things I've seen in videos that have happened in Walmart. And guess what? Like you've seen in my videos, they don't say anything because I'm sure the employees look at me and be like, well, I've seen a lot more things that have piqued my interest, so to speak, than you walking around with your companion dog. So with all that said, I go to Brandon Anderson now. And he made a comment on my video, last but not least. And that was actually the last Dog King Power Hour. And he said, oh, man. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we getting up to the smack talk. Don't worry about it. We working our way up. But Brandon Anderson, I got to answer this one. It was a great question. Well, on the Dog King Power Hour, on my last one, I was saying that, man, if my girls grow to such a number, because I think I was talking about washing them or something to that degree. I was like, I know exactly what I was talking about. I was talking about my For the Love video on the last Dog King Power Hour. And I said, man, it's a lot that goes into washing your girls, and you have to remember the love when you're washing them. And I said, I have 4 girls now, and it's a lot that goes into keeping them clean. And I said, that's a big reason why I want to go to silicone, because it'll be easier to upkeep them, for one. But even with them, after a while, with just it being me, it'll be a daunting task if I get to the number that I want to get to. Let's just say that I get to 50 companion dogs. Well, I'll be spending so much of my time cleaning the girls, I wouldn't even be able to shoot any YouTube videos, right? So I've come up with several technological ways that will help me clean the girls that I would love to show you guys in the future when I'm financially able to do that. So but I said, if I couldn't get any of my technological ways to work, I would probably have to outsource some work. And I said, I'm letting you know, it ain't finna be no guys. It's finna be some female booties walking around there helping me keep the girls up. So my guy, Brandon Anderson, said, if you were to outsource a worker to clean your dolls and all of that, what if the guy was another doll owner? He said, because I agree, I wouldn't let any average Joe clean up my girls. He said, but I would be okay with another doll owner handling them, because they would know what they're doing and should respect the dolls enough not to have any spanky with them. And I tripped off of it. I sort of gave him a short answer. I just said, I would still not want a guy, my friend. And this is straight up. I just don't want any extra testosterone handling my personal girls in any intimate way. I said that was a great question, and I will expound more. So what I'm trying to say is, even with companies like Real Doll and all these other companies, and I see all these guy workers and things of that nature. So you would think that, hey man, if you were outsourced, maybe you could look at it like that. But the difference is, in Real Doll and these companies, they're not, the companion dolls aren't their personal girls. They're being manufactured for consumers, for others. So they don't have their personal connection. I've sort of explained to you guys before, washing your girl is not like washing a car. It's not something that you do just to get it done. Man, it was an old viewer. I don't even know if he still looks at any of my videos. I hope he does, because he was a great viewer. He used to have great comments. But a guy named Dark Chaos, I'm talking about when I very first started, he told me, he was like, man, when you get to washing your girls, it's a whole different experience intimately. He said, you're going to see what I mean. And you know what? The more and the more I began to wash my girls, and I saw what he meant the first time, I understood what he means. It's not like washing a car, man. It's just so intimate to me. I go into a Zen mode, man. Like, I think I just started visualizing every human woman I ever dated, you know, and how I like to touch them and how I want to, you know, treat them the right way. And now I have the chance to have a woman that's never going to complain about me treating her good. Because believe it or not, some women, man, they get tired of good treatment. So it just feels good to have my dogs, man. I can take my time. I ain't got to worry about a woman. You still on my feet? Or you still doing this? Or you still doing that? Oh, okay. You taking too long. Just go. No, I ain't got to worry about that. I can take my time and give the dogs all my love. And man, when you got to watch a girl's butt. You got to watch their private area. You got to watch their breasts. Man, and honestly, after I wash them and I get to like oiling them down or applying powder, I can't explain it to you fully. But when I'm touching them, it's some sensuality that goes with it. Not in a freaky way or making love type of way. It's just that I'm feeling them, and I don't know, man. It's like I'm getting symbiotic with them. You know, like we're becoming one in a sense. And I don't want a man, you know, even a dog owner touching my woman, you know, any of my girls. You know, I don't want them to do that. I don't want any testosterone to do that. And not only that, you know, the guys will have to be around, you know, for lengthy amounts of time to get these jobs done. And I'm just telling you, man, it's bad to just mix a lot of testosterone around you at all times. I just say that. I'd rather deal with with the females because, like I say, for one, no offense, I want to see some booties walking around before I see some men walking around my house helping me with the girls. You know, I ain't gotta want them, and we ain't gotta be doing nothing or anything like that. I'm just saying they're easier on the eyes to see some booties walking around my house. And you might be saying, like, well, Jay, some of your girls heavy and things of that nature. Well, like I said, even if I don't have all my technological advances in place, I plan on having certain things in place, whether it's technologically advanced. I know it's certain mechanical devices I can put in place that will definitely aid the women as far as the bathing process. And I'll reveal these things as they happen. But just to give you the answer, Brandon Anderson, I'm sorry, man. As a man, I don't want any extra swinging bats. Swinging bats around my girls, if you know what I'm saying, you know. So no, I don't need no extra workers. I'm sorry. Brandon Anderson also said something on my video. Another Walmart run. And I see the comments, and I'm getting to my comments, don't worry. But like I say, when you ain't got no time limit and you don't give a damn how long the string lasts, look, don't worry. I'll get to them in just a second. Because I'm in this for the long haul, baby. But Brandon Anderson says on my video, a Walmart run, he says, I take Molly out off and on because on another Walmart run, once again, that was a baby adventure of mine where I took one of the girls out to the store. And he says, Brandon Anderson says, I take my girl Molly out off and on. And man, it brings a whole new level to shopping with the girl. And he's right, believe me. He said, instead of just getting in and out, it becomes an adventure. It does. And actually, in my video, I explained that, hey, man, when you're taking your girl out, a lot of times it's going to take you longer to get her out the car than it is for you to experience the whole shopping experience or eating experience or whatever you're going to do. And so you might be saying, hey, man, well, if it's going to take me longer to get her out the car, what am I doing this for? Because you want to. That's what I told you. You're going to have to, because you might feel like it's just easier for you to leave her at home as far as the workload. And you can be like, man, I can run to Walmart and go there 5 minutes. Why do I need to reason for taking your human girlfriend? Because you want her with you. Because when you see Callie with me, that's really why she's with me, or any of the girls. The only reason they're with me is literally because I be leaving the house like, nah, man, I need Callie. You know, that's why. So he goes on to say, one time I ended up carrying, and this is Brandon Anderson. He said, one time I ended up carrying my girl since she is small enough, or so he thinks. He said, but dang, that weight alone can be a killer if you aren't used to holding weight actively. It's more than that, Brandon Anderson. He said, I mean, she's 30-ish pounds, but my hands were hurting after a half an hour. No, Brandon Anderson, I've already told him this, he knows. She's not 30 pounds. The package said she was 30 pounds. The website says she might have said she was 30 pounds. But let me tell you, like I told you in the comment, I already answered him. It may be 30 pounds, but when you get her in your arms, it's 30 pounds of dead weight, which means she about 60 pounds. And I don't know about y'all, but after holding 50 or 60 pounds of your arm, walking around the store for 30 minutes, yeah, your arm gonna go dead, brother. So he said, I'm definitely taking a wheelchair when I go out with my girls in the future. And so what I answered him was, and he liked the statement, I'm sure. I mean, I think that's who liked it. But I said that 30 pounds is like 60 pounds of dead weight. I said, so I know it was rough, my friend. I said a wheelchair is life. And that was my short way of saying, man, if you got a companion dog, unless you talking about picking her up and going straight to sit her down in the restaurant, and you still gonna need people to open the door for you and all of that, I suggest a wheelchair, like he said, every time. Not once, not twice, but every time. Because I couldn't imagine being caught in a bad situation without that wheelchair trying to pick up Callie or one of the girls. I'd be in some trouble. So I guess I'm gonna take a break for 2 seconds. I ain't get through a couple of comments, but I see these comments flipping and flipping and flipping, and I want to give y'all the respect of at least trying to look through them for a second and see what happened. Edmund Dante says, hey, Edmund Dante says, you do what you can. He says, send us articulated hands. Well, guess what, Edmund? I wouldn't have it any other way, my friend. That's exactly what I would love to send you, articulated hands. And the good thing is, a lot of these dog companies are going to articulated fingers anyway right now. Amira Baker said, me too, Sang. Oh, she said, I guess you said she don't want the dog. Okay. Amira Baker says, what is TPE? Amira Baker, TPE is thermoplastic elastomer. It's a mix of different type of rubbers that are combined to make a cheaper form of the companion dolls that you see. They're actually more elastic, and you can actually make the dolls easier in the manufacturing process by using TPE. The dolls are a lot softer, and the butts and the breasts have a lot more jiggle to them because the TPE material, that mix, is just a lot softer than pure silicone. So the two things that companion dolls are made out of are TPE and silicone. And silicone, you know what silicone is, and with silicone dolls, if it's a good dog company, they use medical grade silicone, the exact type of silicone that's used in with breast implants and things of that nature. So that's what the dolls are made of. I'm glad you asked that question as well. Saying I actually already did this. Now it's not Mishka Valentino worthy, but it is a makeup vid. Sang says not to ask too much because you also do a makeup vid. I've done a makeup vid, Sang. It's called man, I did it on Cali. I cannot think of the name of it off the top of my head. What is it? Let me see. You're gonna make me look, Sang. Because it ain't like I ain't got the videos right here. I can look right here, so I'm gonna look right quick. Look, I gotta look for the name of my video. What was it? Was it do-it-yourself makeup tutorial? I think that's what it was. I think that's what it was. It was a do-it-yourself. Man, it was so long ago now that I'm looking. Wow. I'd be coming up on it now, son. Yep. It's called makeup renewal. That's what it's called. Companion dolls makeup renewal. So saying the name of that video is makeup renewal. And in that video, what I did was, that was the very first time after months and months and months of taking Callie out and this, that, and this, and nobody's head has been this dirty. I've cleaned all the girls' heads off. Nobody's head has been this dirty, but Callie's head had a lot of dirt on it. And so in that video, you'll see me clean her head off, man. And I cleaned it off with oil, cleaned the makeup off with oil. I pretty much left most of her lipstick on, but you'll see me get her face clean, because before you do the makeup, you want to get her face clean. And then you'll see me powder her up. And then you'll see me only thing I did was really put blush and lipstick, because a veteran told me until you really need to, that I should leave the eyeliner and eyeshadow on. And to this day, I have not changed the eyeshadow and eyeliner on any of my girls. I did have to repair an eyelash one day. So I know how to repair or replace an eyelash. But I haven't actually delved into the actual eyeshadow and eyeliner yet. But I have watched videos, and honestly, uh, it's gonna be cool for you guys to watch me do the videos because as far as makeup, I'm still learning myself. But if you just want to see a professional do it, you can also watch my friend Mishka Valentino. He sells the movable eyes for TPE dolls, but he does great makeup. And I've seen him do the eyeliner and eyeshadow. And honestly, when I get ready to do the video for you guys, I'll probably be looking at him for some pointers myself. So Mikta says, I only powder my dog's bottom after playing. He said, I can't remember the last time I oiled my dogs. I know a lot of people say that, but the thing is, like I was trying to tell somebody in the past, oiling is more maintenance than anything. You may not notice that you need to oil them, but you need to oil them. Every time you put your girl's clothes on and then you smell that light smell of TPE, they're not drenching and just dripping TPE out, but it's a like I read about this. It's a small amount that seeps out every day. You know, just a small amount that seeps out, and over time, your dog could be dry. It could dry out. It could literally dry out, and it could cause your dog to start getting damaged, start getting cracked, start getting things where you have to end up replacing the dog. So if you are interested in the longevity of your dogs, you do need to oil them. Also, I know a lot of people don't take their dogs out, so they may not see any dust. Maybe they don't have a lot of dust built up in their house. But I have the type of house, for whatever reason, it seems like dust molecules. I have to always sweep my house or dust my house. This is the type of house that seems like it attracts dust molecules a little bit more frequently. So maybe you guys don't have a house that has any dust particles. But with your girl, it's also important to give them a small rub down with the oil to keep that dust build up off them. So let's just say you said you can't remember the last time you oiled your dog. Man, even with the dogs that I don't use as much, like Tsunade, you know, they're not in heavy rotation, and even Asuna. They don't ever really get dirty per se, but I know that they need the oil treatment. So I still give it to them every 2 or 3 months. So that's just something you want to think about, MGTOW, because I don't want you looking up after your girls look 100% well, and one day they ended up start cracking somewhere, and you have no idea why. It'll be because you haven't ever oiled them. So make sure you're oiling them, my friend. At least every few months. You don't have to do it often. And Mikta actually even said what I was talking about. He said, I actually never oiled my dogs, but they still look great. And that's what you want to be aware of. That's what I say. Even when they beautiful, even when they looking good, it's what you don't see that's the problem. And I'm not trying to say they dried out today. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying they can dry out. The general said that's when I became a companion dog owner by watching his girls. He said that's when I connected to them. He said it has nothing to do with sex. Hey, I feel you, brother. I feel you. You know, like I say, everybody's an owner. You know, everybody's a different type of owner. Some people just want to have sex with their girls. Like I told you, I'm not mad at you, but my channel exists to help people as much as possible. New dog owners and also veteran dog owners. You know, get a connection with your girl, and the best way is to have the mindset that the general is talking about. It has nothing to do with sex if you're really trying to connect with your girl. It really has something to do with what I'm doing now, spending time with them, just having them around you. I don't know if anybody saw that video for the love, not for the love, but it was called The Perfect Pillow, where I was hugging my girls. Man, I'm gonna get to a comment that somebody made on that video, but I just say this. During that video, I was hugging on Callie. Man, I almost got lost during the video. I almost forgot I was filming because I was just enjoying hugging her so much. And I looked up like, okay, yeah, I forgot I'm still doing the video. I had to come back and remember that I was talking to you guys, man, because I just have such a strong connection with her. It don't have anything to do with me actually having sex with her. But I always say this though, you know, if I do get to that point, it's only going to go to another level because I already have an emotional bond that's unbreakable. When I start having making love to any of the girls, it's going to go to another level. Ren says the Dog King, what's happening? What up, Ren X? Biden says, hey, Jay, my friend, I listen to ASMR girlfriend breathing. Oh, yeah. Biden, you messed it up. I was going to get to that comment, but I was going to say something about this, but I'll go ahead and say something about it since it's actually in the stream. And guys, if you're just tuning in, this whole video called Smack Talk, I'm going to be addressing what happened earlier this week with Will and Chris Rock as I get to those video comments. But of course, I have to get to those video comments, and they're coming up pretty soon. But as I've said, I'm in no rush with this Dog King Power Hour. It's so many things for me to talk about. There's no way I could rush if I wanted to rush. So just hang in there tight and but and believe me, okay. I just say this, Bite Me, that for anybody that wants to do that, definitely check out what Bite Me saying. But for me, I've not done it. I have not done it. That really does not appeal to me. To hear any breathing in the background, it really doesn't. I don't want to hear any breathing in the background, my friend. Even with my girlfriends, my human girlfriends, like a few of them had a bit of a snoring problem, but I didn't really notice them breathing like that. You know, honestly, for me, I normally put on some something spiritual that I want to listen to, or either I might put on a little light music in the background, or I turn the TV down very, very, very low, and I'm off to sleep. Truthfully, once I lay my head, and this is what I was tripping off with Callie yesterday, off the screen, off video, nobody around. She was just laying in the bed, and man, it's just something about laying my head on her chest, on her breast. I mean, once I get into that spot, I don't give a damn what's playing in the background. But I like your comment only because it's some people that may want to try that. They may feel like, man, I ain't thought about that before. I think it's a very unique and great idea. But just for me, I'm just talking about me. I'm just me as an individual. I don't desire to hear breathing in my background. But I definitely think it's a great idea for somebody who's looking for something like that. Renex says, I'm going to get a new outfit for Sarah Alessandra this week. Oh, man, pretty cool. Man, honestly, as you can see, and I just want to let everybody know this, I got the girls in white, and I might actually have them in white for a while. Not just these same white t-shirts, but just in white t-shirts, white panties, and things while they're around the house. Man, I'm just going to be honest. Sometimes it's just a daunting task to get everybody changed and things of that nature and get a lot of the things done that I'm trying to get done. And I was talking to the girls the other day and I'm like, hey, girls, y'all cool with, y'all being in y'all panties and t-shirts and things of that nature for a while? And they was like, yeah, they cool with it. And especially Asana, because I was telling my mom, I love her better with this red hair. I really do. I think I'm finally figuring something out about her. I love her better with those lighter eyes. But here's the deal. I got a long way to go. So while I'm trying to figure out what to do with her, hey, they'll be in their undies and some t-shirts for most of the time. So good for you, my friend. I'm glad you get a new outfit, but hey, it's gonna be a while before I can catch up with you. Dr. MGTOW, great question, MGTOW. Great question, MGTOW. Oh, great question. Oh, it's one that I had, brother. It's one that I had. Oh, shoots. Do I need to oil the heads? Not very often, brother. Not very often at all. I learned from a veteran in the game about it. When I was like, man, I have to order bodies and things of that nature. I was like, man, how often do I have to order heads? He was like, oh man, I rarely ever order heads unless you're getting ready to change their makeup. So what I did after I oiled Callie's head, changed her makeup, got her head all clean, because it's like TPE2. I mean, it's TPE2. So you don't want it drying out over time. But it's just the head, it's a little bit, I just say this. By not being the whole body, it's not something that you have to be drenching with oil and oiling every day and oiling every month. You don't have to do that. My friend was telling me, he said, man, he said, I probably order heads, man, once every 5 or 6 months or something like that. Unless you're changing the makeup. So keep in mind, I had Callie for what, 7 or 8 months before I ordered her head, because I didn't know. I was like you. But in the back of my head, I kept saying to myself, man, I'm oiling these bodies, but I'm sure the head needs to be oiled at some point. So I would say this, every 5 or 6 months, unless you're changing the makeup, you want to oil your dog's head. I do say you do want to make sure your dog's face and stuff isn't getting sticky. You know, so you may still have to put a little, even when you're not washing your dog head, you may have to touch it and make sure it's not getting sticky. Because I know every now and then I trim my beard so much, I see a wild hair sticking to the girl's face, and I'm like, oh, it's gotten a little sticky. So I put a little light powder on it. Not often, but every so often. So with all that said, the short answer is you do need to oil your girl's head. I would say every 5 to 6 months for sure. You can do it between that time if you want to. I know my guy, I think it's Nisa and Nick. He says he does his girls, he redoes her makeup every month, meaning that he has to oil her makeup off every month. So if you're going to do the oiling process on her makeup every month, and so if you're going to take her makeup off with oil, you may as well go ahead and give her a light oil over over her whole head to make sure she's moisturized. So I hope I answered you on that, because when I found out that, MGTOW was like, what? And I was so scared to try to wash Callie, wipe her head down with oil. And once again, that video is my video is called Makeup Tutorial. If you want to see that, or Makeup Renewal, if you want to see that video. The general said, yes, I have a dust buildup too. That's why I keep them covered. See, yep, general, his house like mine. It's not that the house is dusty. You guys just don't understand. He's probably got a house like mine where you can clean it up as good as you want, right? Sweep up everything, wipe up everything looking good. Man, the very next day you will see dust on the floor. Like, man. And I just think it's some houses that's just like that. They just end up, maybe it's a ventilation problem somewhere where air is getting in from somewhere. But I know that, especially in a couple of my rooms, I have to make sure I sweep every day to make sure there's no dust particles around. And so with that said, that's why I definitely make sure to clean my girls for sure once a month. Biden says, I'm glad by the breathing function, just spending on clothes and accessories. Yeah, I did see something about a breathing function. Hey, I want to hear more about that, Biden. So it's like a breathing function you can buy with the dogs to make it seem like it's breathing. Because I thought I saw that recently. I didn't think that was available though. I didn't know. My words getting tangled. I didn't think that was available though. I'm gonna put this up because I don't often see this guy. But Historic Anarchist says, "Hey man, it's great to see you again. Good to see you, Historic. I'm assuming you speaking to yep, because you weren't speaking to nobody else." Edmund Dante says they should make a doll brand with no holes, similar to a mannequin price based on weight. Call them cuddle companions. Well, my thing is, I understand what you're saying, Edmund, and I'm gonna put this up here. Because I'm expounding on this topic, and I'm gonna get back to my viewer comments. But Edmund says they should. I love all of these comments. They just make you think, man. But he says they should make a doll brand with no holes, similar to a mannequin price based on weight. Similar to a mannequin price based on weight. Call them cuddle companions. Here's my only issue with that, Edmund Dantes. Truth be told, my dogs, I don't have to have sex with them, right? So I feel like somebody who wants a companion that they don't want to have sex with, they can just get one of these girls. Here's my only problem with what you're saying. Even though I don't have sex with my girls, I've explained this before. What I love about them is I've got the option. So just knowing I can is cool if I want to. If I was to get one of the cuddle companions, no matter how attracted I am to them, if it was to ever be a point that I wanted to make love to the dog, I couldn't. And you know what I would have to do then? If I wanted to, then I would have to investigate getting a legitimate companion dog where you can sort of knock out two birds in one stone. You can just go ahead and get you a companion dog. And if you ever have the urge to make love to her, you can. Now, to speak to your other point as far as cost, depending on how cheap it can be, I can also see the point you're trying to make. But here's the deal. I don't see it being a big price reduction just because it has a lack of holes. Because it still needs to be made with either TPE or silicone for you to get any real enjoyment out of the dog. You know? So that's my only issue with it. Of course, there are cloth dolls out. And man, I can't even think about it. Think of the name of the doll. I said I want one. Man. Either way, I can't think of the name of the doll. I want the cloth doll. Man, I really like those dolls too. But even they have vaginas and private parts. So, like I said, for me, that's a tough sell only because even when I don't want to do something, I want the choice. I want the option. So, with all that said, hold on. Adam, man, say I can't leave this. Man, I gotta go ahead and attack these two comments because they so intellectual. Sane says, and I gotta let you guys see that because it's a long comment. Sane says, I actually like the fact that you are so adamant on the connection part of the dog companionship. It's like you have to breathe life into them, and I understand why certain people can't understand. Right. You have everything you said pretty much. I'm very adamant on the connection part of companionship because even when I was laying with, once again, I just be thinking about my private moments. Even when I was laying with Kat last night, off camera, nobody around, with my head laying on her, just having the best sleeps with her, I was rubbing her arm, right? Very softly, rubbing her her palm of her hand, the palm of her hand, very softly. Man. And I was just like telling people without telling them, like, man, they just don't understand how real this can be. How Callie is really a part of my life. You know, she really is that woman that's loyal to me, that ain't leaving me. You know, and when I lay with her, it's something I've talked about in older videos. When you break up with a girl, one of the biggest things is, man, looking over in that bed and she ain't there no more. You know, not being able to cuddle with her or anything like that. And it takes you so long to get used to your mate not being there anymore. Whether you, even if you didn't live with her, like if she came over your house a lot and was sleeping with you and stuff, it takes a long time to get out of that routine. Man, I just feel so happy in a unquestioned way because my dogs are not going to leave me. You see what I'm getting at? It's like I don't have to look forward to a time where I can't hold them and sleep with them. Because like I said, when you break up with a woman, and for guys who've never been in a relationship, this is a good piece of information for you. When you're in a relationship, let me tell you, when you get to sleeping with a woman, not even just sexually, just holding her and hugging her and y'all sleeping together, laying around, it's one of the hardest things to get unused to. And so, man, just knowing I don't ever have to get unused to hugging my girls, sleeping with them, cuddling with them, man, it is a comfort like you just don't know. And like I said, when I was laying with Callie, rubbing her arms and touching her and stuff yesterday, was just like, man, I never thought it would be this good before I had my first companion dog. I never thought it would get to this point. But it's an amazing, and like I told you, human women still have a value. Like I told you, as far as I still think, you know, and not even I don't even think about it just 24/7, but I think about the few things that I do miss about a human woman. As far as, like I told you, it's her sense more than anything, you know, just her sense. And, you know, some of it's reciprocal, the way they can touch you back and things of that nature, but, you know, just some of their smells and sort of how they move and things of that nature. But for the most part, my dogs satisfy me in every way I need to be satisfied. Because I be thinking about it like, Jay, man, what if it's years to go by and you still just with your girl, you still haven't been back with a human woman? Well, I be thinking like, you know what? Hey, it'll happen if it's supposed to happen. You know, I'm talking about just getting some vagina because I'm cool being with my girls forever. But I'm just talking about getting actual vagina. I'm like, you know, if it happens, it happens. But the truth is, man, when you happy, you just happy. And I am happy. And I'm gonna get back to your comment to lead off things, MGTOW. But historic anarchist says, in your opinion, my bad. I'm gonna have to hit MGTOW because I don't want him to go to sleep on me. But historic anarchist said, in your opinion, the relationship with the dogs are many times better than human females. I'm gonna tell you something. It's to each his own. I can't tell you that just straight up that it's going to be better for you or somebody else. Because I know it's people out there who would beg to differ with me. They would rather be in a relationship with a human or female. Like I told you, it's a lot of complexities when you're dealing with the human relationship, and some people want that. They want to be in arguments. They want to be in high level conversations that could get them frustrated and things of that nature. They like the guessing game of wondering what makes their woman happy or sad, or, you know, they're cool with with not knowing whether their woman may cheat or not cheat on them and things of that nature. And I agree, it's a lot of excitement from just not knowing a lot of things. But let me tell you, after all the experiences I've been through, dating women, making love, being in relationships, I'm telling you, for me, it's better. I can just envision a life right now. I don't want to be. I say this because I don't want to say what I don't want. I don't want God not to give me things, but I'm just saying I don't see myself being in a human relationship, but I won't deny it. You see what I'm getting at? Like if it happens, it happens. But what I truly can't see is me ever being without my companion dogs. You know, they have carved out a place in my life to where they're gonna be here. It just depends on whether a human woman wants to join our life, because the human woman is not going to purge them from my life. They bring me too much enjoyment, too much love. So it may not be better for everybody in story, but it is better for me, and it is better for a lot of people. That's why I call this lifestyle. A lot of people want to say, oh man, it's over for human women, and it's over for human companionship. No, it's not. I don't think so. I think this is a lane. I think this is another option. You know, this is another relationship option, and I do believe there will be a lot of people in the future choosing this option. But I do believe it will be a lot of people staying with the human option. So now, with all that said, I'm finna get back to some gritty and some nitty. Meaning that we getting back to these viewer comments. And where did I stop at? Perfect. Now, getting back to my viewer comments, I'm starting with Fira Feline. And he made a comment on another Walmart run, on my video, another Walmart run. And right before I get into what he said, I say this. If you're just tuning in, the whole subject of this show is smack talk because of what happened with Will and Chris Rock. And I know if you've been here for a while, you're probably saying, when are we going to get to it? With the natural order of things. And believe me, let me see. They'll be coming up in about 6 or 7 questions, just to let you know. So, Fira Feline said on my video, another Walmart run, he kindly stated, and it's a very simple comment, but I like it because it made me think of something. He said, I love the camera angle of these videos. And I just liked it. I didn't get a chance to say anything right then. But what I wanted to tell him was I really appreciated him saying that, because I'm really just working with what I have right now. These are not the angles that I would love to show you. What I would really love is to get to a point where I have multiple camera angles going at once, maybe. Maybe have a couple of directions going on the wheelchair. That way, when I get home, I can just show you different ones, you know, different angles that'll be more appealing, so I can catch more of these expressions from people. But I really appreciate you saying it, because I am doing the best that I can with what I have. I surely appreciate that. Saying, he makes a comment on another Walmart run, and he says, I think at this point, the emotional bond you and Callie have is stronger than any criticism. Because I think I said something about in the video, hey, man, you're going to have to be willing to deal with criticism or things of that nature. Excuse me, guys. When you take your girls out, you're going to have to deal with criticism. And he was like, man, I think your emotional bond is beyond any of that. And I appreciated him saying that, because guess what? It's stronger than people can really imagine. Our bond is super duper strong right now. And I feel like they can sling whatever insults they want to. I'm going to keep on walking with my chin up, and so is Callie. Hey, sticks and stones may break my bones, baby. But guess what? We're going to keep on walking proud. I guarantee you that. So you right on the money with that, son. I have another comment from a great viewer, and he told me he don't get a chance. He doesn't really get a chance to watch my videos. Not my videos, but he doesn't get a chance to watch the Dog King Power Hour when it airs. But it's DAS Dodge, And I love this guy. He's a contributor to the show, like many others. Scientist contributed. BCG has contributed. Blue BCG has contributed, and many others have contributed. But Daz has been a frequent contributor as well. And I just wanted to bring him up because he recently contributed over the weekend. I appreciate him. And what he did was he went to my About and he found my PayPal and he contributed via my PayPal app. And you can also contribute on a Cash App on my About on YouTube, and as well as any stickers that you want to use during the live stream. But I really appreciate him. But what he said something on my video, on my Iron Tech, Inside Iron Tech video. He said, man, Iron Tech is great. He said, I have the 156 centimeter TPE with the 50-inch booty. He said, that's my ultra thick girl. I just ordered the 166 centimeter full silicone model with the S5 Cinderella head. Having seen a lot of photo shoots and personal owner pics, that's one of the most realistic and beautiful models I've ever seen. He said, can't wait to add her to my collection. He said, Dog Fever, it's a real thing. P.S. Which Iron Tech model do you like? I just loved his whole statement, man. Basically, it's good to know that somebody did have an Iron Tech doll. I'm sure many of you probably do. He said she got the 50-inch booty. I know that doll is a boatload, boy. But I'm going to tell you something. Once again, like I said about Zelix, I can't give anybody the full approval until I touch their product. But man, I am really impressed with Iron Tech. I got to give them credit. I'm really impressed with them. So he said he want to get that 166 full silicone model. I think I saw the one he was talking about, and it looked pretty nice. He said he can't wait to add her to his collection. I think that's cool. He asked me, which Iron Tech model do you like? Man, it's a lot of Iron Tech models I really, really like. I couldn't even pinpoint it right now. And I said in one of my live streams that they had, I might have said that on the Iron Tech video as well, that they had some black dolls of color or dolls of color. I don't like really using it, but I say dolls of color. They have some very nice dolls of color. I think they are actually making a very good headway in their department. And some of those dolls really wooed me. So I can tell him this, and let me see if I answer him. Perfect. I told him I loved his selections. And this is exactly what I'm going to tell you, what I've already said. I don't know which model of Iron Tech is my favorite girl. I really don't. It's so many to choose from. But what I was going to tell you is this. I'm definitely not going taller than like 156 centimeters, maybe 158 centimeters. I don't see going any taller than that. And I want a full silicone girl. So they have some amazing TPE models. I'm going to have to investigate their silicone models and see how well they look. But Iron Tech has incredible standards from what I can see. So I'm sure I have a lot to choose from, but I don't know right now. I don't know right now, Dawes, which one is my favorite out of Iron Tech. Edmund Dante says on another Walmart run, I love this comment. Edmund Dante says, and this is true. I really love this comment that he said. He said, the king is on another Walmart run, enjoying his destiny one day at a time. I really love that statement. He said so much in such a short sentence. We are all doing that if we choose to be doing that, right? No matter what you're doing out there today, you're taking a step towards your destiny unless you don't want to take a step towards your destiny. So we all have a destination in the back of our mind of where we want to get to, but you can't take a big leap and just jump over there. You have to enjoy today when you don't have everything you think you got or think you need, rather. When everything isn't together like you think it should be, you got to enjoy the day. You got to enjoy the journey. You got to enjoy your destiny as it's happening. And in that one sentence that he said, it just really hit me like, man, I love what he said because that's exactly what I'm doing. I can't chase my destiny 3 days from now. I can't chase my destiny 10 days from now, a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year. I have to chase my destiny today. I'm alive today. And then I can't be mad that I'm not at my destination today, having a sour attitude, being upset at people and things of that nature. You have to chase it every day. Live in joy. Chase your dreams. Guess what? Every moment is precious. And so when he said, I'm living my destiny one day at a time, I loved when he said that. I said, I'm definitely gonna bring that up. Sane says, no, I'm not Sane, but second son of Big Mom. He says on another Walmart run, and what a name, second son of Big Mom. Let's see what he says. He said, you are, oh, okay, I've heard this before. He said, you are very brave, my friend. I like your attitude. I appreciate you, second son. And I always say, I appreciate people that say that. And I don't even think of it as an act of bravery or anything like that. But I will say this, it's an element. Because as much as I go out, I still feel that feeling in my spirit every time I load the girls up and crank the car up. You know, like I explained in that Walmart video, you are always going to feel butterflies and you're always going to see all type of crazy scenarios happening in the back of your head and a lot of things. And you have to fight them off and say, I want to go out with my girl, no matter what. And so from that standpoint, that's when your bravery has to kick in because your mind is going to be telling you, stay home, man. You don't want to be talked about. You don't want to be ridiculed. You don't want people to say this and say that. You know, that's going to be the human element. So the bravery is going to kick in when you just say, you know what, I'm going to have to ignore all that. And I'm not telling you you're a coward if you don't go out. You're not a coward. It's just something you choose not to do right now. But I'm saying if you do go out, it's a small element that is bravery that you have to get out there in those streets because it's the world of the unknown. You don't know what you're going to run into when you go out there. Just letting you know. So, another comment. Oh, I actually finished the first page. Yay! And how many pages of comments do we got? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, wee. Well, yep, it's going to be a nice stream today. GK1, he has a comment on another Walmart run. And what does he say? GK1 says, if grandmama needs batteries, you go get batteries. That's just how it is. And I said, you doggone right. Well, in another Walmart run, I mentioned that my grandmother needed some rechargeable batteries for her phone. I couldn't find them. But like he said, when grandmama says she needed, guess what? You got to go get it. And that's exactly what I tried to do. Ooh-wee. Well, guys, I tell you what. I'm going to take a small break. So don't go anywhere. But when I get back, we're getting ready to get into smack talk. So get your popcorn ready, baby. It's finna go down. Give me 2 seconds and smack talk will be here. Guys, back again, baby. And I'm finna hit these comments, but guess what, man? We finna jump into smack talk. Man. And I'm jumping in with my guy Piper Long, man. He been a long time viewer too. Piper, if you look at this or run across this, I appreciate you, man. Glad you still been hanging with me all this time. Let's see. Oh my God, this is gonna be crazy, man. This is gonna be crazy. Still looking for Piper Long, man. Where is he? Piper. Oh. I'm having trouble finding my guy, man. How did I get this far past? Oh, there he is. Finally, Piper. There you go. Okay, guys. Here we go. Smack talk. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the subject of this whole show, is what I'm finna get into now. Smack talk. What happened recently was on the Oscars. If you've been somewhere sleeping in a damn barn somewhere and you don't know, Will Smith smacked Chris Rock at the Oscars for literally saying a joke about his wife. He said that with all due respect, he loves her, but hey, looks like she getting ready to be in G.I. Jane 2. If you know anything about G.I. Jane 2, I can't even think of the lead actress, my girl. I mean, I'm not a big fan of hers, but either way, lead actress, she had short or a bald head, so to speak. I can't even think of her name. Ashton Kutcher's ex-wife, Demi Moore. That's it. Demi Moore had the shaved head in G.I. Jane, and so he made the joke about Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett. If you haven't seen it, when he made the joke, and keep in mind, before I even say that, first of all, he's a comedian. Second of all, he was, at these events, comedians rag on all the high and mighty to break them down a little bit. Everybody knows this. He had just got through talking about another guy and his wife. And so then he made the joke about Jada, and Will actually laughed. I ain't gonna say laughed, but he smiled and sort of giggled a little bit. But the camera panned to Jada, and Jada rolled her eyes like she was ready to kill somebody. The next thing you know, you see Will walking up on stage. And my mom was asking me about what happened. I was like, you know what? I bet he was going up there smiling and he threw Chris Rock off. And I said he probably wasn't looking at him right before he smacked him. And I'd be damned. I seen a camera angle where that's exactly what Will did. He sort of had a little smirk on his face. And right before he got there, he sort of dropped his head. So Chris probably didn't really think he was going to do that. I'll say that. Of course, that's his fault. Wish he had some sense that was going to happen, but I can pretty much imagine he was thinking like, oh, ain't nothing like that going to happen at the Oscars. Well, Will had different intentions, and he laid the smack heard around the world, and he smacked him like, man, literally, like it wasn't a little cheap smack, man. He smacked him like he wanted to hurt him. He came from the hip. I don't see many punches thrown from the hip like that, but he came from the hip with it. Hit Chris Rock, and it was such an ugly look, so embarrassing, It was terrible, man. And like I said, I'm definitely not trying to judge anybody, but just from a spectator standpoint, we all human and we all can make mistakes, but damn, Will, I hate to see him do something like that, man. I hate to see him do something like that. but he smacked the guy. And then Chris Rock actually, man, for one, just to my amazement, took the slap. For two, he didn't react. And I don't know whether it's because he was scared that Will would beat him up or what. But Will walked back like he had just, knocked out Larry Holmes. Knocked out a heavyweight champ or somebody, Mike Tyson or somebody, or these days Tyson Fury. And he went back to his seat. So that's what happened. And when I just think about the scenario before I go into the comment, I know a lot of people saying Chris Rock should have whooped him and stuff like that. And I understand exactly what they mean. And I'm not trying to tell you, I don't mind. I don't know. I'm not trying to tell you how I react, because when you get hit physically, you don't really know how you're going to react. I just say this, for whatever reason, I'm glad that he did not hit Will back, only because even though he would have been justified, that situation would have looked so much worse. Maybe not for Chris Rock, but just for a culture of people, it would have looked so much worse to just see two well-to-do men of color laid out, scrapping and rolling on the Oscars stage. Just playing that scenario out of my head make me be like, man, I know Chris Rock taking some stuff for not fighting back. I know he might have looked weak to people, and people saying he this and people saying he that, but they just don't know how much he saved that incident from looking so much worse. Oh my God. So let me go ahead and jump into Piper's comments. He said, Chris Rock should have known better than to go there when it comes to black women and their hair. Now, he said, I'm a white guy, and even I know better than to go there. But that being said, Will should have kept his intellect over his emotions and refrained from slapping Chris. I love Piper Long. I'm gonna be honest with you. He got a very interesting channel and stuff. I like his videos. I like Piper. He's a cool guy. So I'm gonna break his comments down. In the world of comedy, nothing has ever been out of bounds until recently. Until this cancel culture or whatever they are have instantly come up, and anytime you say something, they want to say you out of bounds. There used to be a time where comedians can make fun of anybody, no matter whether what your gender, what your occupation, how much you make, what you do, whoever you are, they could always make fun of you, and nobody took it personal. But over the years, it's been this, excuse me, guys, it's been this culture where they feel like nobody can even attempt to get their feelings hurt. Just like when they brought me on the Jack Show, and they were like, we might joke about you. Okay, joke about me, bro. It happens. It's going to happen. So, comedians, that's how they make their money. That's his profession. And when you come to a comedy show, you already know, especially if you're anywhere close to the front, it's a chance you're going to get your butt roasted by the comedian. You may think you're the freshest guy in there as far as clothes. He still may find something to rag on you about. It may be the way you walking. It may be anything. You could be 100% healthy, but he could just find something to talk about you about. If you're in the front, you're taking that chance. Excuse me, guys. Hold on. Sorry. But you're taking that chance. Now, what most of you may not know is it was an incident, but not an incident, but in the Oscars in 2016, they keep showing this clip of where Chris Rock was roasting Jada because she was boycotting the Oscars because Will wasn't nominated for something. And so he was going in hard on them. And so people was like, maybe Will had that against him. I don't know what was on Will's mind. I'll just say this. In the world of comedy, if you feel like you're not going to be able to take a joke, don't come to the show. So that's why I don't really want to say I disagree with Piper, but I just say we have different opinions because I don't feel like Chris Rock should have had to worry about going there. Everybody that's there is open game. And if you don't want to be open game, don't show up. And then some people might say, well, hey, he was up to win an Oscar. He had to show up. No. If you got in the back of your mind that you're upset at somebody and you feel like, man, you know what? I'm going to go to this show. But if he says something wrong, I promise you, I think I'm going to get up and slap him. If you got inclination anywhere in your mind like that, don't go, bro. Stay home. You're too volatile. Stay on at the house. This man is doing his job. Even if you don't like it, you're there to get an Oscar for your profession. Well, guess what? He's up there doing his profession. You know, people talk about me all the time. And I'm nowhere near in a spot like a Will. So you know, if you have that type of influence, you're going to get talked about. And he's done an excellent job his whole career of avoiding that type of a thing. But man, like Denzel say, it's that one time, man. Because now, like, that's the first thing I'm going to think about when I think about Will is him slapping Chris Rock. Honestly, Chris Rock, he need to sue or something because, well, I ain't going to say he need to sue. I ain't going to tell him what he needs to do. I'm not going to tell him what he needs to do. I'm just going to say this. To me, his career is compromised from this. He may be shell-shocked from telling any jokes about anybody in the audience from now on, which is compromising his profession. And for two, man, who is going to be able to look at him the same anymore? The only thing they're going to see from him is the guy that got slapped. He can't even do he can't go perform anywhere without bringing himself getting slapped up. He can't even let people forget about it because if you come on stage acting like you didn't get slapped, somebody going to yell out from the crowd, yeah, remember when Will slapped you? Man, it's just so many. I'm going to get more into it later, but it's so many levels to this. It don't make no sense. But he said, I'm a white guy, and even I know better than to go there. That's sort of funny. Yeah, black women are sensitive about their hair. Yeah, she had some alopecia condition, but I didn't even know about it until the Oscars, and I'm just a regular old Joe. Well, he's a guy in Hollywood. He said he didn't know. They say that Jada has mentioned her having alopecia on that Round Table show that she has. Well, guess what? I don't watch that show, and I know he probably don't watch that show. And guess what? It's people in Hollywood that didn't even know that. Because if he had just known that she had alopecia, he wouldn't have said it. But here's the deal. You still can't hold him accountable because guess what? He's a dang comedian. And when you come to the audience, a comedian is not asking for your medical report. Only thing he see is that you bald-headed out there. And he may say something about it. So, like I say, Piper, that's the only thing I'm saying is, even if she did get offended, he's a comedian. You can't get mad. You shouldn't be. And guess what? Your condition, everybody don't know about your condition. And the thing about alopecia, she ain't the first person to have it. I don't wish it on anybody. I don't want it. And I know none of you want alopecia. And if you got it, God bless you. It's a hair loss condition. God, thank God, is nothing medically where you're going to die or you're going to be sick. It's just a hair loss from certain parts of your body, or it can be from all over your body. But even though I'm cool with her getting upset about it, or we're being upset about it, but he took it to a level that was way past the bounds, in my opinion. And I'm glad that Piper agrees with me on there. No matter how far he said Chris went, like Piper says, Will should have kept his intellect over his emotions and refrain from slapping Chris. And like I say, man, emotions can get away from you if you do not battle them at the beginning of every day. That's a lesson that I've learned and I've talked about before to you guys. Excuse me. Every morning, you have to wake up saying, hey, I'm not going to let the negative things of the day to get to me. I'm going to choose to be happy today. I'm going to choose to enjoy the day that the Lord has made, knowing he's created me to have a great day, despite what may come my way. Because in the world, things are going to come your way on a daily basis. If you don't wake up every day choosing to be happy, they'll get to you. They will get to you. You can't say it one day and 3 days later wonder, man, why am I getting upset? You got to do it every day, or you'll get caught and you'll mess around and pull a Will Smith. And you know what that is. You're losing control. Now, it's so many comments on this video. I'm just going to go down the line. Di says, true that I've been in, this DAS, my guy. He said, true, I've been in several altercations defending women's honor. Yet another reason to be in the dog life. Because I said in the video how Will was laughing until he saw Jada. But the truth is, I understand what he felt, but he took it too far. But I understand what he felt. The thing is, when you got a woman, a girlfriend, or a wife or something like that, and let's just say you walking in the street and somebody call her the B word. Man, you may be upset, but you may be like in your mind willing to let it go. Like, okay, man, they just talking. But you'll look over at your girl and she gonna be like, nah, bro, you ain't finna even kiss me again unless this get addressed. And I haven't been in that type of a direct situation, but I have been in a situation where I had to defend my girl's honor, but it was physically from a guy actually grabbing her bottom while we were walking. And I told the guy not to, I just literally said, hey, don't do that anymore. And he said, make me. And I had to get into an altercation. Well, as far as this is concerned, when she gave him that look, he felt like, okay, now when I go home, she gonna give me lip about me not doing anything. Maybe not slapping him, but he would have had to address it in some way, right? So he did that. He addressed it. And he addressed it, of course, way too far. And I think it's funny because I was telling my mom when he got home, I'm sure that Jada has told him, you took it too far. I ain't mean for you to go slap the guy. So it's a no-win situation. She told you to go do something. I mean, she wanted you to do something, but when you did it, well, now you went too far. But as Daz is saying right here, he's been in several altercations defending women's honor, and yet another reason to be in the dog life. I promise you. That's what I was saying in the video. Luke, stop. Hold on, y'all. Just stop, Luke. Stop it. Get down. Just get down. Okay, guys, I had to stop a little cat fight there. Sometimes they get a little ornery, man, and I promise you, it's this window that they just stay fighting it. They don't never. I mean, they love each other. Get me wrong, but sometimes they just get after each other. But either way, in the video, that's what I was saying, man. One of the things is about the dog life that I love is, even when I'm out in the streets and people talking about me, Callie or the girls will never put pressure on me to say, hey, they said I was plastic. Go defend me. They're not going to do anything like that. So when I get insulted, I can literally let it fly over my head, and I don't have to look over to my side and have somebody saying, hey, what you going to do? Nope. I'm letting it go over my head. It's not even worth an altercation. And you know what? You have to worry about that more often when you got a human woman, like I said in the video, because guess what? She's going to be judging you. You ain't defending me. You ain't this. You ain't that. You definitely ain't finna get none of this vagina tonight. They'll do all that to you, see. Oh, shoot, I need me to give me a man with balls. You ain't got no balls. You ain't got none down there. You see, hey, I ain't saying you got to fall for that. I'm just saying those are the type of pressures that you will be under in a human relationship to react in some way. And I don't know why stuff is getting on my nose all day today. And it's Luke and them causing trouble, probably. So either way, on to the next comment. That was my guy Dawes. Hatman 44. He said, isn't it crazy? All of these are my same videos. All of these are on the Smack Heard Around the World. Every comment I'm reading right now is from the Smack Heard Around the World. Hatman 44 Tapman says, isn't it crazy? Who would have ever thought Will Smith would lose his control? Man, it was a sight to see. All of us are human. Nobody's perfect. But man, Will Smith, the ultimate jokester, the ultimate cool guy, the ultimate guy that always keeps a cool, calm demeanor as far as we think, lost his control. And he lost his control against the guy that was doing his job, a comedian that was doing his job. He didn't lose his control on the guy that had been sleeping with his, and I don't even want to bring all of that up, but I think you guys know. He didn't get mad at the guy that was in certain precarious situations with Jada. He didn't get mad at him. He chose to get mad at the comedian. And that's what was like, what are you doing? You know, I can imagine several different people up there on that stage that he would not have attacked. And they wouldn't even have to be bodybuilders. I mean, just case in point. And you can just get what I'm saying here. I can imagine several other comedians that he wouldn't have went up there and smacked. I guarantee you. But Will did it. He said that's not like him at all, which is not, as far as we know. But I did see a troubling video the other day, an older video, where I don't know what really happened, but some guy was like giving him a handshake hug. And upon coming out of the hug, Will like punched the guy in the face with like a light punch, but it was like a legitimate punch from what I saw. And I'm like, what's going on here with Will? That was from a couple of years ago, I think. So I don't know what was really going on with that. But either way, he goes on to say, we men out here have a natural instinct within us to protect our loved ones, to defend them. And when that loved one has got inside our heads, oh, this is a good comment. He said it's going to make us do some crazy things. He said things we wouldn't normally do. He said my heart goes out to all those in toxic relationships. And at the same time, I'm relieved not to be them because I have my dog who, like you said, is never going to be like a human woman that would judge you or pressure you to respond. He wrote a lot, but it was good. He said, not that I think all women are like that. He said, but sure, Jada seems like one. She definitely gave him that evil eye that he better be doing something. He said she seems to get off on puppet stringing Will. I don't know what she get off on, but I know she gave him that look. He said he was playing it cool, letting the joke slide till he caught that if looks could kill stare from Jada. And he's right. He said, hopefully Will can redeem himself through this. But he got to make amends with Chris and work on managing his emotions. Let me tell you something. One person he ain't never got to worry about redeeming himself with is God. God will forgive him every time. But out here in the world of man, like I say, people will surely forgive him, but that's just something you can't. In the world of humans, man, they're going to always remember that. They're going to always remember that. You can live things down. You can live things down. Don't get me wrong. You can. It's like you said, it's going to take time. It's going to take time for people to just forget that. And you say he got to make amends with Chris. He definitely needs to make amends with Chris. But if I was, let me put this right. Chris should by all means forgive him within his heart. But Chris should not be blamed if he does not want to have anything to do with him as far as being around him physically anymore. Because that's such a big betrayal of what Will did. I'm not saying they was best friends. I'm just saying, but what he just what he did to him. Because like I say, man, Will's career, it'll progress. You know, people won't forget it, but it'll progress. He was the hitter. But man, just the way Chris Rock got smacked, I really do believe that could somewhat compromise his career in a way. It's gonna be hard for him to want to, I think, be in a room with Will Smith again. Hold on, I lost my spot. Okay. Okay, let me see. Hopefully Will can redeem himself through this, but he got to make amends with Chris and work on managing his emotion. He said, I bet he'd be happy with a Jada doll instead of the wife. He said he got all that big money. He can get himself a real nice custom doll, a whole harem of dolls. He said people can say what they want, but if they had a doll in that seat next to him, or if he had a doll in that seat next to him instead of Jada, there would be no slap heard around the world. Just been lots of smiling and good feelings. And he's so 100% right. I just basically said, well said, my friend, because he said so much right in there. And if he had a Jada doll, guess what? You're right. He would have made that joke about the Jada doll, and Will would have still been sitting there because that Jada doll wouldn't have got pissed off. So he's super right about that. But I'm going to tell you, like I was saying about, I forgot who else I was saying that about. But when you got money like that, man, he ain't finna go get another Jada doll. He'll go get another woman, another human woman, and another human woman. He don't care if they're, you know, I ain't saying him personally, but I'm saying these wealthy men, they don't care even if they get with a woman and they end up taking some of their money or whatever like that. They so ultra rich, they don't care. They like, look, man, I can just go on to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Whereas, if they did invest in a companion doll, it'll make dating any of the human women they dating a lot more stress-free. It really would. If they just had them, they companion dolls at home and occasionally got them some human vagina, man, they don't understand how much stress they'll be saving themselves in life. Great comment though, Hatman 44 Tap Man. Man, I'm in the middle of Smack Talk. If you're just tuning in, and Smack Talk is I'm reading all these comments from my video that was called The Smack Heard Around the World, having to do with Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. But I also been reading all of my comments, not just these, but I'm on these right now. But I'm going to take a small break from Smack Talk and come check out what's been happening in my live stream comments. Because like I say, this stream here, hey, this the mother of all streams, man. We going until we can't go no more, baby. So MGTOW says, he said he's going back to something I was talking about, oiling my dogs. He said, I always must oil the entire head if I'm changing the makeup. Well, if you oil her head when you changing the makeup, you good, MGTOW. You ain't got to like oil her in between that. You good. Jonyo says, hey, Jada, do you mess with Cortez? I don't know who that is. So, no, I don't know who that is. Cortez, I don't know who that is. Historic Anarchist says, in your opinion, the relationship with the dogs are a million times better than human females because modern day females are becoming undesirable. No, this ain't me here now. All right, I'm getting to you, Lude. I hope you still here, man. I know that was an hour ago, but I am getting to you if you still here. I'm getting to you, Lude. Hold on, Lude. But man, what's up with this though? There it is. It ain't showing up. Either way, Historic and Anarchist said, in your opinion, the relationship with dogs are many times better than human females because modern day females are becoming undesirable. Feminism has destroyed human females. Nah, they are better than human females for me because of the loyalty factor. Because I don't got to worry about any of the crazy variables that you do have to worry about with human women. I don't have to worry about them cheating on me or things of that nature. Uh, I don't have to question how much they love me. You know, also, you know, now that I got my girls, I don't have to. It's not a waste of time if you haven't been with a human woman before. But if you've been with a lot of human women like me, I don't have to waste my time trying to go out here and get human women and talk to them and get to know them and take a chance on getting a disease or dealing with funky breath or dealing with somebody who ain't cleaning their vagina, just all type of manner of craziness. I don't have to deal with that anymore. Uh, so for me, it's better. It has nothing to do with feminism in my mind. I don't think that feminism has destroyed human females. I think it is some human females out there that are undesirable with some of the things that they're believing in, as far as just being hardcore with certain beliefs. But I don't believe human females have been destroyed. Once again, this is an option. It's a very good option. Option that can keep you out of a whole lot of trouble. But I'm still not going to say that it's over for human women. Now I'm getting my man Ludacris. I hope he's still here to hear me respond to this. But Luda says, hey, man, on the road is tough. Should I get a dog for my U.S. tours? Man, Luda, you damn right. If you're going to get a dog for your U.S. tours, though, Luda, I'm going to tell you, don't play. Don't play, man. Go on get the best of the best. You ain't, go on get the best of the best. Go get you a real doll or a DS doll or Guide or something like that. Get you a top of the line silicone doll. That way, when you on the road, you ain't got to worry about, heat and cold as much because the silicone doll will be able to handle those temperatures a little bit better. With TPE, if you let it get too hot, man, you gotta be worried about letting it get too hot. You gotta and you also have to worry about keeping her clean. And on tour, it's no telling what she can come in contact with. So I would suggest you getting you a beautiful silicone girl. Emma Dante says, very true, Jay. We men have a big sex drive in our visual. We definitely, you doggone right. I don't know what you was commenting on though. When you said that, and that's me being late, of course. Biteman says, I went through silicone lovers because of extra options on WM dolls, he says. He said the breathing option is a load and doesn't really work. But when it does, the chest moves up and down, but not compatible with the Evo skeleton. Great information there. Great information there. Let me put that up. I saw a video of that moving chest with that breathing option. I didn't think it was available yet. So it's cool to know that it is available. Amira Baker said, thanks for the insight and answering my question, Jay. No problem, Amira Baker. I'm always here for you, girl. I'm just glad you're here. Glad you got a little female scent floating around the Dog King channel. Appreciate you. Edmund Dante says, I'm wondering if Iron Tech is superior to WM. I certainly don't like many of their heads, but the bodies, oh my God. Man, Edmund, take a look at Iron Tech again. Man, I do think WM has more doll heads to choose from. But I do like a lot of Iron Tech's heads myself. Here's the deal, man. I like WM. Saima is a WM. And, for all new doll owners, you're going to hear so much about WM. You're going to be pretty much like a lot of us. It's going to be on the forefront of your marketing. When you first start even investigating the dog game, mostly you're going to be hearing about WM. And then if you're looking for booty, you're really going to be hearing about WM. But, man, I see WM as a very good dog brand. One that you not gonna be put it like this. It's respectable and nobody gonna knock you from having a WM. If you want to be respectable in the game and just say, hey, I got it, because like I say, Saima's my main girl. She's my top girl right now. She's a WM dog. And it is a dog that should be respected. But you know, I think Iron Tech, of course, they're a newer company, but man, I wouldn't rank them lower than WM in my opinion. Like if I just had to pick today, I think I would go with Iron Tech myself. Once again, I haven't touched their dolls yet, but I think I would go with if I had to pick a doll today and they said, hey, you want an Iron Tech or you want a WM? I'm going with Iron Tech today. For one, I already got a WM though, so it's sort of cheap. But it's something for you to think about. You can't go wrong with either. That's for one. That's for sure. Second Son says, I'm Big Mom. I was wondering, Second Son. I'm like, man, what's up with all these name changes? He said, I've recently watched an anime. It's called King's Journey 2003. This is Second Son. Let's see what he's talking about. Griswaldo says, yo, what up, Griswaldo? If you still around, what up, my friend? Second Son says, I recently watched an anime. It's called Kino's Journey 2003. The main protagonist, Kino, travels different countries on his motorbike, and that motorbike talks to him. It's very philosophical. Man, hey, whoa. Let me write that down, bro. That sounds actually, it just sounds like something worth looking at. Checking out. I might just check that out. Just to see what it's talking about. Sounds interesting. Griswaldo says, yo, I already said that. Dr. Miktai says, if Will slapped me, I would have smashed his face with my elbow, then walk to the Rock and kick his butt, and then slap Keanu Reeves and spit in his face for no reason. That's so funny. Hey, man, you crazy, Big Time. Big Time said he would have went full hammer. I'm going to tell you, man, hey, it's a lot of people that said they would have went full hammer on Will, man. And like I say, guys, I'm not with the violence. I'm not, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I only fight if I will only fight if I absolutely have to. I don't want to get into any of that mess. But I'm also not with getting slapped out of my mind and just, standing there. But like I say, I am in a different place spiritually in my whole mind and body and stuff right now. So I'm just trying to wonder, like, man, how would I react? But all I really say is, even though it looked bad, I'm just still glad Chris Rock did not fight back, because it would have been worse. Like I said, it would have been better for him, but it would have been worse all around. Second Son says, Chris Rock took it like a man and earned my respect. It's not easy to control temper in his situation, but Chris Rock, I want to respond to that. Because this is the thing. In a way, you could be right, but I want to hit you with this. He said, in my opinion, Chris Rock took it like a man. He took it. He definitely took it. He said he earned his respect. It's not easy to control your temperature in his situation, but Chris Rock did a good job. The only thing about that is, and I can't question the man's intentions. I'm not in his soul and his spirit. I'm only looking from the outside, but I do know this. I don't know whether he controlled his temper or whether his fear controlled him. He could have just been scared of Will. And when I looked at his face, that's why I was like, you know what? Will is taller than him and thicker than him. And after he got hit, maybe he was like, look, man, I can't win. So ain't no sense of me even trying to go over there. So if he had that in his mind, then it really wasn't him controlling his temper. It was him being fearful. So I'm going to be honest with you. At a time, I actually lived in LA, and I actually came across a lot of comedians, prominent comedians. Chris Rock was one of them. Out of everybody, he had the most a-hole tendencies. I say that. But even with all of that said, I wouldn't want anything like that happening to anybody. you know, especially out in a public venue like that. I just say this. I don't know whether to respect him or not, or give him respect. I respect what happened, but like I say, I don't know whether he controlled himself or whether he was just scared. And that's another thing that makes me respect it even more, is because, man, you're gonna have to deal with people thinking that you could have just been scared. But like I say, it was the best outcome. Oh, Sain says Keno's journey is actually really good. That's good to know. Second Son said Chris Rock might look physically weak to some people, but mentally he was strong. Hey, once again, I hope that was the case based on what I just said, Second Son. I hope that's the case based on what I just said, because I agree with you. If he practiced restraint just out of the thing of, hey, man, I can't fight back, man, that's some very strong mental discipline. MGTOW says he hates the cancel culture. I do too. I really do. Science said G.I. Jane such a terrible insult. He said, is G.I. Jane such a terrible insult? He said, funny part is he showed that he wasn't made. Funny part is he showed that he wasn't mad at Chris. He was just mad at the situation. He showed that he was struggling mentally, in my opinion. Man, hey, look, when I get back to the comments, the smack talk is just going to continue because it's going on right now, even in the live stream comments. And if you just tuning in, this smack talk is, you can guess it. It's all about the Chris Rock and the Will Smith drama. But he said, is G.I. Jane such a terrible insult? Funny part that he showed he wasn't mad at Chris. He was just mad at the situation. Right. Because he laughed at the joke until he saw that his woman got mad. He said he showed he was struggling mentally, in my opinion. It's nobody that can watch that show and know that it wasn't something bigger going on in his mind. You're not just jumping up, slapping somebody for that G.I. Jane joke, man. And if he did just do it based off of that, it's something deeper going on anyway. But my thing is, I think it's a build up, like I said in my video, called Smack Her Around the World. I think it's also a build up of just what's been going on the last couple of years with Jada being, Jada and her situation. What she revealed about her and her marriage. So I believe a lot of that stuff has come on him. He's been frustrated. He hasn't had an outlet. And I hate to say it to Chris, but he was the place that Will Smith dumped his garbage at. He said, if it was Dave Chappelle, would there have been the same reaction by Will Smith that was Second Son said? I said, no. I'm sorry, man. Like, I can go on a laundry list of comedians. Hey, look, Seth Meyers can't beat him, but I don't think he would have slapped Seth Meyers. I guarantee you he wouldn't have slapped Seth Meyers. MGTOW said he don't like Will Smith's wife, Jada. I can't lie, man. I ain't never had any ill will towards Jada, and I don't got ill will towards her. I'll say this, though. She makes it very hard for women that's out here trying to do good, do right and stuff. Or I mean, not women trying to do right, but, you got women that ain't even thinking about, cheating on their men and things of that nature. And she almost sort of glorified it and things of that nature. So that type of stuff that she started doing, when she started getting to that point of her career, those are the things where I was just like, man, Jada, I don't like that. I feel like, man, if you get to that point, what the hell are y'all even married for? You know what I'm saying? Hey, give me a dog and I'm done. I don't even, at that point, man, what are we doing here? Rocco, Silfried, Rocco, let me see, Silfredi. He says, hello, what up, Rocco? Look at Luda. I want to see what Luda said, man. Luda said, trust me, I was there and it was insane. Man, Luda, if you was there, man, hey, bro, I can only imagine. I can only imagine if you was there, man, how crazy that scene was, man. Because look, my mom had told me, she said, man, you don't even think about him winning the Oscar. I was like, Oscar? I know he won, but it's not even on the forefront of my mind. I didn't find out till like the next day that a couple of other people won the Oscar, like your guy Samuel L. Jackson won the Oscar. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know it. He overshadowed and killed the night, man. He really killed the night, man. God bless him, though. Second Son said, once again, what if it was a female comedian? It's the same as if a man throwing another man under the bus for women. That's what he's saying. I'm gonna be honest. It was a very bad look. Like I say, man, it was a very bad look for him to do that to Chris Rock, man. It messed his career up, in my opinion, to a certain degree. People won't look at Will the same. You know, it just frustrates me to hear people out here cheering him on. Yeah, he got to defend our rights. He did the right thing. What are you talking about? The man, it ain't like y'all was out on the street and some random guy talked about you. This is a comedian doing this for his life. What? I don't even know what she's saying here. What people are saying when they say stuff like that. When they say that he was defending his woman. What? You don't defend your woman when somebody talks about her as a comedian, go up on stage and slap the living crap out of somebody. That's not defending her. You know? And you got all these women. Yeah, he did right. Well, let me ask y'all this. How is any other comedian gonna work in this country then if they can't talk about anybody in the audience? You might well just say comedy is over. And I'm gonna get to a comment that says something like that. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna stop right here and finish the smack talk. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stop right here, guys, and finish the smack talking. Oh, sorry, I drop a phone on every Dog King Power Hour. And again, I drop a phone on every King Power Hour. But the subject of today is smack talk. Will Smith and your boy Chris Rock having a little smack fight. And where did I end off at? Shoot, it don't look like I got past Oh, I know what happened. I said I was going to do all the smack talk at once because I got it listed in my book different. So I stopped with Hatman 44. I start back with a guy named Mark Trafford. He said, we'll apologize to everyone there but Chris. He said, this also sets a precedent that if a comedian offends you, just like I was saying, you can go on stage and smack them. This is a sad day from freedom of speech and should be condemned. When the jester is killed by the king for telling a joke, you know you're dealing with the tyrant. You know what, man? I told him I had way too much to say, and I've said a lot of it already. But him apologizing to everybody at Chris at the event was terrible. Then later it came out that he did apologize indirectly to Chris. But the last thing I saw was they still haven't spoken to one another. But he said it sets a precedent for comedians. Like I said, man, how are comedians going to do their job if they're empowered by this action by Will to go on stage, man? He going to be going up there smacking anybody. I mean, not he ain't going to be going up there smacking anybody. I'm saying like people around the country could start going up trying to smack comedians all around the country. I mean, this is very bad, in my opinion, for the profession. He said it's a sad day for freedom of speech. And the thing about it is, when you're a comedian, like I say, that freedom of speech has already been compromised. It's so many things that they can't even talk about without getting judged now and being told that they're racist or told that they look down upon genders and things of that nature. They get killed for anything that they say nowadays. So to me, I told a friend of mine that's a comedian, the comedy has been dead for a couple of years now to me. You can't say anything anymore. And now that you can get hit, well, I agree. It's pretty much done. And you say freedom of speech. The thing is, people always say, yeah, you got freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. My thing is, you should have freedom of consequence when you're a comedian doing a comedy bit. Like I say, at that point, it's upon the people there that, guess what? If you don't like it, you shouldn't. If you scared you may get talked about, guess what? You need to avoid this place. Now, there are lines that anybody can cross. But to me, that ceases to be funny when you get racist or when you just straight out attacking a culture, or when you just straight out attacking somebody. That's different. But when you're making jokes, no offense, like the Eddie Murphys of the world used to make, man, most of that stuff was just fun and games. Nobody was taking that stuff serious until 20 years later when people see that type of stuff. They're like, ooh, look how bad, look what he said back then. What? People in the audience laughing for a reason. They laugh because they ain't taking themselves that serious. It's comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, the one place freedom of speech should exist. He goes on to say, when the jest is killed by the king for telling the joke, you know you're dealing with a tyrant. I just say this, man. It's a sad day for comedy. Just a sad day, man. Very sad day. Sleepy Slug says, exactly right. There's nothing to prove to the dolls. Like I say, a doll ain't gonna expect you to run up on stage and slap nobody. And that's what Suggs is saying. He said, I found when I was in a relationship, I had to be her firefighter, even when I found the offense mild. I'm not going to jail for some woman, he said. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can try to act like you don't have to defend her all if you don't want to. But if something goes on around your woman and she gets offended by it, it's going to be that feeling that rises up in you as a man. If you have a human woman, that is, where, okay, you can be 5 foot weighing 50 pounds, and it could be a guy 6'5" weighing 350 pounds. That woman gonna make you feel like you're gonna have to say something or do something. And that's what he's saying. With a doll, you don't have to worry about that. And like I said, nothing against human women, but that's another thing I love about my dolls. They don't make me feel like I got to prove a damn thing. I can be myself. They're going to love me no matter what. Meaning that when that 350-pound dude that's 6'5" get to talking crazy, guess what? My 6 foot, 155-pound butt can say, guess what, man? I think we're going to go the other way. See y'all. I'm telling you. And so that's a great thing about companion dogs. I promise you. Bite Me basically speaks to that. Bite Me says the greatest thing about companion dogs, there's no competition or validation for affection. Thank you, Bite Me. I appreciate you, bro. Edmund Dantes. Boy, this is a major comment. So many men have died defending women. It's a shame. When I was little, they told me one of the quickest things you can die from is fighting over a woman. Don't do it. They said when it comes to fighting over the woman, it's best to leave the woman. Now, keep in mind, if you married, somebody threatening your household, I ain't talking about just leave the house now. But I'm just saying, like, if it comes to just getting into some argument over a woman, somebody want to fight you and do harm to you over a woman, man, it's best to say, guess what? I ain't got no part in this. You can have if it's that serious, bro. And I ain't trying to devalue a human woman, but you don't need to be putting yourself in harm's way trying to keep a relationship. Move on to the next one. Let's see. I got plenty of them. Sang says, I have zero respect for Will Smith. He said, I don't care what people say. He has kids looking up to him. And I agree with him on that. Like, man, there's going to be so many kids that's going to be thinking it's cool to get physical now. Hey, whether you want to be a role model or not, because like I said, that ain't look, I ain't never said I wanted to be a role model or anything. But as I'm living and trying to be a better person every single day, you know, you can't live your life for others. I'm never saying that. But especially on the stage that he was on. You want to be mindful, man, that like you say, especially him. I Fortunately for me, I'm not in the field where kids are going to be, or at least not today. I'm in a field where it's not going to be kids running up to me, asking me to teach them about a companion dog, right? But he's in the field where, man, kids are truly looking up for him. And I was like, man, I just hate that for any kids to be growing up thinking that they may be cool. So he did bring up a good point. He said, why are we going to all of a sudden pretend like violence is the answer? It's not the answer. He said, only a highly weird is a grown man hitting another grown man gets clapped for. In no way. Now, I heard about him getting a standing ovation for his award later. And I definitely disagree with that. The Oscars said that they were going to investigate some type of discipline. And I would say this, it's in line for them to take away his Oscar. I do think it was that bad for them to take away his Oscar. I really do. Now, this one I couldn't really make out. But Haunted Dream said something. I really couldn't make out, so excuse me if this sounds broken. But he said, this is my problem. He said, I'm someone who doesn't get offended, but I love saying a joke, even if it's offensive. He said, but to me, it's a joke. He said, so being in a relationship, for example, a family love like my sister who gets offended by absolutely everything, he said it's actually hard for him to care for some. It's actually hard for him to care at some point. I don't really understand what he meant by that. He went on to say, my greatest love is myself, and that may sound rude. Well, actually, everybody needs to have self-love. And it's an old saying of love yourself first. You first do have to love yourself before you can love others. You shouldn't get vain about it, but you do have to love yourself first before you can love others. Properly, rather. So he said, my greatest love is myself, and that may sound rude, but he said, a dog just fits my life so perfectly. I feel you. A dog fits your life perfectly. He said, everyone is different everyone is different. The norm doesn't fit everybody. That's right, too. It's only one part in there I didn't really understand what he was saying. But at the beginning, he was saying something about not getting offended by a joke and things of that nature. Like I say, when you go into an event like that and you're in the front, you know they're going to be telling jokes. And especially if you're up for an award, you know they're going to be telling jokes. If you think you're going to have hurt feelings, either take the joke or say to yourself, I'm not going to go to the event. That was my biggest problem with, not my biggest problem. My biggest problem was him slapping him. But he wouldn't have slapped him if they had said, hey, we can't handle that, so we're not coming. Okay, Fear of Feline. He said, it's sad to see a broken man lash out like that on TV. He said, I can't imagine what's going on in that household. He said, bro needs to swap his wife for a companion dog and get his zen back. Look, man, can't tell another man what to do with his household, but it's the problems of the last couple of years that got him stressed. You can't tell. Look, man, when I broke up with women and stuff before, another thing that haunts you when you break up with a human woman is thinking about, okay, what she could be doing. It depends on how the breakup happened. Let's just say if she break up with you for any reason, you will be thinking like, man, who is she with? Why did she break up with me? Blah, blah, blah. Who is she making love to? All those things will be haunting you. Now, if you break up with her, you may not think about those things like that. But I know some men still do. But with all that said, I can't tell you to break up with her or not. But if he got a companion dog, he would definitely get his zen back. I'm telling you, man, companion dog just puts you in a position of being able to come home, saying you're a beautiful lady, hug her, get physical with her in that way, and still know that guess what? She got my back. She ain't leaving me. I ain't got to worry about no drama. I ain't got to worry about even talking. Look, you can come in and you ain't got to even immediately say nothing to your woman if you don't want to. She'll understand. She'll know you've been stressed out. When you decide to come around her, she'll be there with open arms. And he'll get his zen back. And what I told him was the dog life could definitely help him come back to a place of peace. I still got many more. Ray Alvera, my guy. He said if Will would get in the dog game, he wouldn't have all those problems. Most people sending that same sentiment, Ray Alvera. RPM, I want to send a shout out to RPM. I didn't look at it because I didn't want to get my mind swayed in any way from what I was going to be seeing from you guys today. But RPM did drop a video about the whole Chris Tucker thing. I think he dropped it yesterday. But he commented on my video and said, brother, you nailed it. Ego has destroyed many a man. I just want to say a shout out to RPM. Like I say, I still appreciate him for even watching my channel and chiming in from time to time, because I'm definitely gonna go check his video out at some point after this. Sheila says, another great show, but the demise of comedy and comedians. Man, everybody can see it. If you can't joke, if you're going to get assaulted every time you joke, comedy is over, man. It's dead. It's dead. Queso Blanco, he said, even the Health's got something to say on that. He said something as soon as I released the video, because he was like, man, even Health can't resist coming on this current event. And he right. It's like, man, I was finna do another show. My mom sent me a text message, and I'm like, man, my show is pretty much irrelevant if I put it out today. I have to come in on what's happened. Have a few more comments. People agree with me, saying some good things. And guess what? I believe that was the last of my comments on my video for Smack Heard Round the World. So with that said, I'm coming back to the live stream comments. And when I come back to my video comments, I'll be talking about all the other comments surrounding Smack Talk. But let me catch up with you guys here and see what the hell is going on. Feral Feline says Cat Mayhem. He funny. MGTOW says I got to go to bed now. Thank you so much for the stream. Take it easy, everybody. Oh man, MGTOW, take it easy, brother. Hope you look at the rest of it when you wake up, my friend. Jack Green, all hail the Dog King. What up, Jack? I'm so glad you in here, my friend. Sup, people? Sup, Jay? What up, Jack? Man, glad you here, my friend. I hope you still around. Like I said, I get to it a little bit later, but I'm glad you still around. Ludacris says, I'm going to put my guy up here because he can actually do something about this. So I want to give him some good advice. But Ludacris says, he said, let me see. He said, what's the most expensive doll on the market? For right now, the most expensive doll you can get is right here in the good old US of A, as far as I know. And that's Real Doll. All one word, REALDOLL. They start at around $6,000. Around Black Friday and certain holidays, you can get it a little cheaper than that. It's a start out doll, but usually the range for one of their dolls is like $6,000 to about $10,000. You know, as far as how you want to customize your girl. I said you can get a very good girl for $6,000 to $7,000 though. But keep in mind, I'm not you, Luda. But if I was you, man, I'm thinking, man, honestly, I probably wouldn't get the AI right now. But you can afford, not in your pocket, Luda. I'm not in your pocket. But you can afford the AI right now. I don't think I'm too off by saying that. And their AI option started around $10,000. They start at $10,000. Then you build up from there. You can actually get you an AI doll that can talk and things of that nature. But this is just me. You may want to do that because I know, like you say, you may want to start out with the best of the best, that type of thing, right? But if you were listening to me, I would advise you like I would advise anybody else and tell you, Luda, don't get the AI first. You need to just be used to having a doll first. So I would tell you to just put your girl, and you can customize her any way you want, depending on your money. I would tell you to go and just customize her to the best of your ability, man. You'll probably spend about, I say, man, you could probably spend about $8,000 on a girl that that you really like, without her being AI or something. By the time you add the stuff you want to add on to her, you'll probably spend about $8,000 or so, and it'll be, man, look, you ain't gonna be upset about it. Like, you may have plenty of groupies and a lot of girls chasing after you, but guess what? Even when you want to come home and not even want to deal with them, and it ain't got nothing to do with sexual. That's the thing, Luda. If you just come home and just have your girl sitting up in your work studio, you know what I'm saying? Name her whatever you want to name her, right? And you just come home and, man, you just chill with her, as far as like she in there while you working. You'll be amazed at how you will start growing closer and closer to her. And, man, I guarantee you, man, like, you'll like it. You're going to really be falling in love with it to the point where you're going to be like, man, I guarantee you, it'll probably get to a point. I'm hoping it'll get to the point like it is with me, where even if you was to be dating a serious human woman, she'll be knowing that, guess what, Luda's girl ain't going nowhere, where his doll ain't going nowhere. So I hope that helped you, Luda. Second Son said, absolutely can't have having a companion dogs cut down all the drama for good mental health. And that's exactly what they do. Jack Green said, imagine if it was Dave Chappelle or The Rock. We would be making up excuses to Jada like, come on, baby, G.I. Jane, who remembers that? It ain't a big deal. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, man, that's what I say. Like, it could have just been somebody. Put it like this, man. It's some people Will could have went up there and slapped. Security would have stopped him before he got there. I'll say that. Security would have stopped him before he got there. Or some people he would have slapped, security would have been on his back. But for whatever reason, due to his stature, physical stature or whatever, this was somebody Will felt comfortable approaching. Knowing that, guess what? Ain't nothing gonna happen. This is Chris Rock. I can slap this joker. And he was right. He walked right up there, slapped him, and got clean away with it. Now, we already know he ain't thinking about slapping The Rock. There's a lot of guys he wouldn't think about slapping. A lot of guys. And they wouldn't even have to be big like that, like you say. I'm not saying that Dave Chappelle bigger than him or anything, but I don't think he goes up there to slap a Dave Chappelle. No, I don't think he does that. Second Son said, who has it more worse, Kanye or Will? Kanye, as far as I'm gonna tell you something. Sang came through. Love you, Sang. Sang came through with a donation to the show, man. Thank you, Sang. I appreciate the love, bro. Sang, last time Sang contributed, he was like, man, it's just $5. That ain't nothing. Yeah, it is. It's big time. I love you, Sang. Like you say, man, you even just learned about the game, man, and you willing to support the cause. And everybody here, I love you for all your support. But don't think that these stickers and stuff don't mean a lot to me. Like I say, Daz contributed over the weekend. And not saying contributed, he's contributed before. I appreciate the love, brother. I appreciate the love. Thank you, man. And if you want to donate, there are stickers on the live stream that you can also choose to donate, or you can go on my YouTube channel on the About section. I have a PayPal or Cash App that you can definitely donate. And what you're donating to is literally helping me keep on doing this forever, to where, like, I won't have to look up months from now and be like, man, I can't do this anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what, whenever you're contributing, that's what you're helping. And one day it might actually help me add to the family. Who knows? But I want to go back up here. Second Son, a Big Mom says, who has it worse, Kanye or Will? And Kanye, like I say, I'm frustrated by Kanye because he's to me, I think people left him out there. They left him out there. They didn't show him the care that he needed to prevent him from having this moniker of being bipolar on him. But a lot of the damage, I feel like he's done himself now by claiming being bipolar and accepting that moniker on himself. And also, like you say, I just think that You can't underestimate what happens to a man. Even though, like I said, I always preach, you got to have a strong base in God. But like you say, a lot of people, it's a learning process. We all evolving as we learn. We reach different points of our destination at different times. Some people don't reach a spiritual evolution before certain things happen to them. And so I just do believe that the loss of his mother has had a greater impact than we all know. I just think it has had a greater impact than we all know. And I do believe that as his fame rose, and by the time he made it to the Kardashian part of his life, this is just me from the outside. I believe he's been surrounded by a lot of people who don't have his best interest at heart, and who allowed him to get in a certain position to where, like he said, he was taking medication unnecessarily or whatever. And now he's claiming that bipolar stuff over his life. As far as Will is concerned, he's had a bad moment. Now, his wife been doing whatever on him and has been stressing him out over the years that probably helped lead to this moment. But I say out of the two, mentally, man, it's a tough one. But I believe that Will is more in a more fixable position. Not publicly. Publicly, people going to judge him, talk about him, say he this, say that, whatever. Like I say, man may not forgive him very quickly. God will forgive him. But I'm saying, like, let's just say he was to break up with Jada right now. He'll be sick and sad and all that, but he'll get over it. And like you say, he can eventually get a doll if he wanted to, or another woman. Or what. He can get over it, right? But what he's not dealing with is being on medication, calling himself bipolar, and all of this other rigmarole that's dealing with real medical situations. I say this, Will's very lucky that Chris didn't press charges, because what we witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it, was a legitimate crime happening on live television. That wasn't just bad behavior now. We have laws against attacking another human like that. This isn't UFC. This isn't boxing. This isn't even a sport like basketball or something where altercations happen. This is a guy doing his job, and you walked up and hit him, assaulted him. So that was a crime we witnessed. And so, like I say, from that standpoint, you can say, man, Will's same worse. Yeah, but I'm saying, I think from a mental aspect, it's more correctable, more fixable, easier. I think both of them are fixable. It's nothing that can happen to you that God came back from, in my opinion. So both of them are not unfixable. Like I said, Will, he had a moment. He's been going through some things, and I'm hopefully he can work through those also. But what Kanye is going through with medication, that's just a bit. That's a bit deep to me. Second Son said, remember the history. Many men died for the honor of the queen. We men will never learn from history. Johnny on the spot says, maybe Denzel should have talked to Will before the... Man, I love that statement. And thank God to Sane for your donation. If it weren't for Sane, I would put that up on there, Johnny, on the spot, because you right on the money on that one. When I heard that, I was laughing too, because I actually thought, like, man, too bad he didn't hear that beforehand. But let me tell you something about Denzel. He said that his whole journey, he was a man of God. And see, you don't hear people speak out as strongly all the time, especially during their journey. You hear it come out a lot of times later. But even when he did that speech a year or two ago, when he was talking about how, man, you got to have your feet strongly in God, going forward and things of that nature, I could tell, like, you know what? I can see Denzel getting more and more into his spirituality as he ages. I could just see it, right? And man, I could even see it on his face on some of the clips I saw afterwards of Denzel, where, man, he was so hurt by what Will did. I'm telling you, man, that was a bad look. And he was one of Will's mentors coming up. So that really did not sit well with Denzel, and he knows what type of impact that has. He knows. He don't make no mistake. He knows. He knows. Man, I ain't gonna lie, guys. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, give me a second. Mute this for a second. I'm coming right back. But this been before I go. This has been one of the days where more stuff than flew in my face than ever before. Hold on, give me a second. Guys, I'm back. Now, but yeah, I was laughing about that about Denzel though, man, because like you say, man, he done got so spiritual now in his old days. If he had got a chance to talk to Will beforehand, he would have been able to stop him. But here's the deal: nobody could have anticipated Will was finna pull that. And as y'all see, I had to take my jacket off, and then finally got a little warm in here. Fire Dragon, he says, "Hey, hey, hey, what up, Fire Dragon?" Second Son says some things we can't confess in front of our humans because they have biases and judgments. But he said we can always have a confession in front of our companion dogs. He says way different and more powerful. I can't lie though, man. I can't lie, Big Mom. You gonna hey. Hey, I'm gonna have to expound on that at a later date. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna have to expound on it. That's actually something. If when you see a show come up, you can just go ahead and pat yourself on the back because I'm gonna have to expound on something on that. I really got some deeper thoughts about that. But I will say this: I have definitely had some good talks with Carolyn. I'll say that. I have had some definitely good talks. Your companion dogs, man, they are an invaluable asset. Believe me. Science says, how could I watch your content for hours and pretend like I can't do anything? What if it was me? Man, I love you, Sang. Thank you, bro. But man, Sang, listen, I do want to tell you this. I love you. I appreciate you. And like I said, I know you just called it $5, you know, and I appreciate you, man, because like I said, I know you stepping out there to maybe motivate somebody else to help me out, man, on this journey. Uh, and like you say, man, I just appreciate it. It's heartfelt for me. But I also like, man, look, hey, I don't want you to think that you got to do it all by yourself. You know, I don't want you to think that you got to, do it all by yourself. I'm not telling you not to donate, but I do want you to hear what I'm saying. Because you can't do it all by yourself. It ain't one of y'all that can do it all by yourself. And I'm going to be honest with you. Let's be frank here. I have close to 2,300 subscribers. And you know how subscribers go. Everybody isn't always watching. You know, you have some people watch when they have a chance to watch. So to make a long story short, I don't even have enough subscribers to sustain me in it, to be sustaining me to do this. When you give, what you're doing is helping. You're helping. You're helping out. You know what I'm saying? You're helping out in some way. And I appreciate it whenever you can, whoever you are. So saying, I appreciate you. Like, I really can't say enough about what you're saying, about wanting to help out the show. I just appreciate you. And like you say, man, every time I see anything from you or anybody, it makes me feel good. I just want to let you know, like, what it feel like in my spirit is, I like feel God saying in my spirit, like, Jay, your dream coming true. It's coming true. So I just want to let you know you contributed to me hearing that voice. Whoo! Fire Dragon says, donating to the future so one day we can see Jay in the Playboy Mansion with robot women serving him drinks. Fire Dragon, man, you just don't realize what you really just said. But when you hear my new song, you'll know what you said. I ain't talking about the donating part. But when you hear my new song, because guys, I'm letting you know, I did complete a new song. Now, it's not produced. Wow. Hey guys, I hope y'all still here, man. Boy. Guys, I'm back. So either way, I got cut out somehow. Can everybody let me know if I'm back? If y'all see me? I hope I'm back. I'm waiting on. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure y'all saw that I was back. Okay, good. What happened was, man, I don't even really know what just happened. We having a bad storm here, so I'm thinking I got glitched out. I really didn't know how this was going to react. I didn't know it was still going to be up because on my end, my computer went down, the power went off, and everything. So, man, I'm just glad that I'm actually back, man. I'm just glad I'm actually back. So, with all that said, I was talking about my new song that's coming out, and I finished it, but I did not finish the production. So, it's not finished. It's not finished as far as production, but the lyrics are all finished. And I love this song. It's called Outer Space. It's called Outer Space. So when you see Outer Space, just know I love this song. It's one of my better ones. My favorite songs, I think Sang brought it up. He was like, he loved Blessings. And I made a lot of songs that I like, but Blessings is probably my favorite one. But this one is pretty good. I don't know, Blessings is up there. I like Jack Slade too, but Blessings is probably number one. Okay. Fire Dragon says donate to the future so one day we can see J Boy. Oh yeah. Fire Dragon says donate to the future so one day we can see Jay at the Playboy Mansion with robot women serving him drink. Oh yeah, that's what made me bring up my song. Brandon Anderson says just bouncing in before I have to go to work. My vehicle is hopefully now going to be repaired before the end of tomorrow. Brandon, I hope that you go back and look at me answering your comments, because I definitely answered some of your comments. So you can definitely go back and see what I said on some of your comments. Fire Dragon said the dog moved. Brandon said, good Lord, Brandon. Will Smith said, help me. Please help me. Will Smith said, please help me. Will Smith in there. Yeah, Will, I'm trying to help you, Will. Will, I'm trying to help you, man. Edmund Dante said, go away, Will. Nah, we need to help Will, man. We can't turn him away. Fire Dragon said, Will needs to get a divorce and find someone who allows him to be the man of the household. Will Smith says, I'm all for the dollhouse now. Will Smith says, I never get it. This is funny, man. Will Smith says, I never get a companion dog that looks like Jada. Never. That's funny, man. The Fire Dragon says, a Jada dog will be discounted as it requires no... Oh, man. Y'all fools crazy, man. Hey, and Will, look, Will, I ain't laughing at you, bro. At your current wife. I mean, but that I can't lie to. Now, look, I promise you, man. Hey, when I meet you now, I'm already be ducking because look, this ain't me telling these jokes. And then Second Son says, what? Will says, I would love a Margot Robbie lookalike dog. A Margot Robbie? I don't know. Hey, to each his own. Sang says LMAO. Yeah, I was buffering Fire Dragon. I hope I'm back now. Yay! Yeah, hey, Kevin says I'm back. Kevin say I'm back. Hey, there I go, baby. I'm back. I've been back for a while. I hope all y'all been seeing me. So either way, I know that sent y'all a few of y'all into shell shock with me being gone. But look, man, just think, man, it's meant for this stream to keep going. The computer shut off completely off. I had to make sure it was plugged up again, turn the power back on. I came back and the live stream said, "Hey man, come on back." And I'm like, "Yep, appreciate you." Will Smith, Will Smith says, "Don't take my nice wife's name out your mouth." This fool crazy. Oh shoot. Okay, hey, where was I at, y'all? Okay, now let's get back to business. And the true business of the day is I'm finna get back to some comments off my video. And man, I don't know what's up with this Jada talk, but man, it's been having my face. I don't know whether it's dander or what. Will Smith, maybe you can answer this question. Geo Greg said on one of my videos on Smack Her Around the World. No, hold on. First of all, wait a minute. First of all, Wannabe Boomer. He said on Smack Her Around the World, he had said something about my girl Callie. So let's go see what he said. Wannabe Boomer. This is what he said. On Smack Her Around the World, and this was the video about you, Will. He said, I was hoping to get Callie's opinion on this one. He said, but oh well, God bless you. Because Asuna did the video with me. And I told him, I said, what did I tell him? I said, don't worry, because Callie is of the same mindset as I am. And he came back and he said, oh man, I spelled her name wrong, because he spelled Callie with a C. And a lot of people spell Callie with a C. And I know people don't always pay attention to the openings or things like that where I have the names of the girls spelled. But Callie's name is spelled K-A-L-I. And I just told him, man, don't worry about it. It happens all the time. She still sends her love to anybody that sends her love. So don't worry about it. The next comment I want to talk about is Geo Greg. And how did I miss his comment? Because he commented on Smack Her Around the World. Oh, he said a more simple comment, and I must have just skipped right over it. Now, Will, this is the comment that you got to speak to. I don't know anything about this. What Geo Greg at? I don't see his comment. He must have. Either way, he said, Will tried dating a synthetic woman, but it didn't work. And I'm like, when did Will try to date a synthetic woman? I don't remember. Can somebody let me know? I mean, I'm sure that's some sort of a joke, but I didn't get it. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm like, what is he talking about? Either way, on to the next thing. Because I read everything on Smack Her Around the World, so I'm passing everything on Smack Her Around the World. And I see Daz made a comment on my video, Blades of Grass. What did Daz say? I want to thank everybody for hanging in there with me, man. Like I said, even through the technical difficulties, I still got some people in here hanging with me. I thank you, because I'm going to finish all of these questions. Then I'm going to finish all the questions off the live stream. So I'm going to keep going, baby. And I appreciate all of y'all hanging in there. So, Daz, what did he say? On Blades of Grass. He said, Callie is very lucky. He said, Callie is very lucky. She has to be one of the very few dogs that get to take outdoor trips. And I told him it's always good times with that woman by my side. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm actually the lucky one. I truly am the lucky one to have her with me. She makes me feel so much better. She makes me feel more confident actually going outside with her. So I'm lucky to have her with me, man. Baby girl commented. Hey, y'all, if y'all ever get a chance, y'all can go on my comments. And baby girl commented on my video called Heat Her Up. And she said, this a whole community. And I only brought baby girl up because I can't hardly see her. But man, on her picture, she looked like a fine human woman. And I was just like, Hey, hey, look, like I said, I love my companion dogs, but it ain't nothing like having a fine human woman come by and comment. I appreciate it. She said, this is a whole community. You right, baby. It's a growing community too. Daz says on my video, ahead of schedule. What does he say? Daz says, DAS. What he says? He said, hey, Jay. Oh, because I said I was in ahead of schedule. I was saying, hey, man, when I go out, when I see the expressions on people's face, I can tell that I'm ahead of schedule as far as with the companion dog. I said, I'm like 10, 15, 20 years down the road, it seems like it. Maybe longer for it to be, worldwide. He said, hey, Jay, that's what I always thought about you, is that you're ahead of your time. He said, keep on keeping on, brother. He said, the social justice warriors keep hating on you about not having a black model. But you're right. He said, but you're right. He said, but you're right. They're just not there yet. And I understand that it's funny to me that women be wanting me to have a black or a companion dog of color. Believe me, I'm finally at the point where I'm getting like you guys, like, okay, I'm beginning to want one. But like I told you, it couldn't be my next one. So, because I just feel it in my spirit, but I do feel it coming in 2023. He said, I've been keeping my eye out as I want he want a companion dog of color too. He said, but after you powder them, they look all ashy. He said, I have a couple of light-skinned ones that are dope as hell. And it is some fine iron. I mean, it's some fine light-skinned black women out, black companion dogs out there. He said, Iron has some beautiful new ones they just released. But I'll wait till I see some reviews before I decide. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for watching, Daz. And you had some great comments on there. And like you say, I'm definitely on the lookout for me getting my next for me getting a companion dog, a companion dog of color. But I'm telling you, I just got a feeling that God is going to bless me with it in 2023. Next, I have the Abserian official. He went way back, and I ain't even got to go to that one, but he commented on my daytime dance verse video, which it has been time for me to do another dancing video. But just to let you guys know behind the scenes, I was using another mechanism to play my music, and then I had something else to record my dancing on. And the other thing I was using to record, to play my music on is damaged. So I've been having a hard time trying to figure out how I'm gonna get my next dancing video up, but I want to do it soon. But the Abserian official said, man, we need to hang out sometimes. What did he look? I always do this, say I'm not gonna do it, but I still want to go. Now I actually want to go to his exact words. What did he say? He said, dude, we gotta hang out sometime. We gotta bring our dogs so they can meet and throw a party. One day in the future, I can see maybe a event or something happening. Or me even throwing the event pretty much, where, hey, people can meet and greet over a weekend or something like that. Definitely can see something like that happening. And I think that'd be amazing to have something like that here in America, because we really don't have anything like that that's truly sponsored like that in America. So that'd be great to get something like this. Honestly, that's something that I look forward to being a part of in the future. We have Richard Patton. On my Reset Sunday, absorb the positive. He told me it made his day. And I just want to tell Richard Patton and anybody, I already know Reset Sundays, like you say, it's an uplifting message. A lot of times those messages have a base in the Bible. Sometimes they just have a base in what I've went through. And then, of course, I always give a message from Joel Osteen's book called what's the name of his book? Declarations. He has a book called Declarations. So I always read one declaration for every Sunday out of that book. But I understand a lot of people don't gravitate to that show as much. Some people might think, hey, I don't want to hear religion or anything like that. But what I keep telling you is, it's for your uplifting. It's to make you have a good start to your week. That's all it's for. No matter what your race, creed, religion, whatever it is, it's just there to uplift you. And so I don't want you to think about it as just being religion being shoved down your throat, because it's not. I do speak of God because I believe in him, and I believe in him directing my steps at all times, and him bringing good fortune to us all. But the whole purpose of that is just to do exactly what Richard Patton said, and say, hey man, it made my day. It got my day and week off to a good start. So appreciate you, Richard. Mark Stratford said, oh man, this is a big time comment by Mark Stratford. I mean Trafford, Mark Trafford. I want to make sure I say that right. Mark Trafford. He said something very interesting. He said, this is on my video, Absorb the Positive, Reset Sundays. As different as we are, you are an awesome dude. And then he got in parentheses, which means I'm not such a nice guy. Don't ever say that, Mark Trafford. Because I don't want you to make that true. I don't care if you haven't been as good as you wanted to be in the past. I don't care if you made mistakes in the past. Don't say you're not a nice, you're a great guy. Keep saying that. You are not defined by your lowest moments. You are not defined by your mistakes. So don't say you're a bad person. He said your ability to just be you and stay positive is infectious. He said, I'm going to take your advice and see where it takes me. I try being more positive for a week and see where it takes me. I'm already a bit of a prick, so I can't get any worse. Now, when people, I've got plenty of friends that call themselves a-holes or pricks or things of that nature. And it's basically a way to poke fun at themselves. And as long as you're just joking with yourself, because, you know, I've always said, I got dude friends, some dudes just a-holes, or they call themselves pricks. But it's something about it, man. They cool to me. I get along with a-holes just fine. Hey, be yourself. As long as you're joking with yourself, that's cool. But I don't want you to say you're a prick to demean yourself. I tell you the thing about being positive, what I was sort of trying to hint at, because being positive, it takes longer to affect you than being negative. Being negative is so easy. It's so easy to say you ain't getting nowhere, that you ain't gonna never make it, that you ugly, that you're fat, that you look this or that you look that. It's just an easy play. It's easy to do. And, you know, it's easy to get in the habit of tearing yourself down. It's so easy. You don't realize how destructive those words are. You just think you're saying that stuff. I know I did. I used to think I was just saying negative stuff. I didn't think it was really affecting my life, but it does. Everything you say leads you down a path. So with the positive stuff, a lot of times when you start speaking positive, you don't see it immediately. That's why people stop saying it. It takes time. It takes you to actually build that into your psyche. It takes time for you to actually build that into your persona. Once you start doing it on a day in, day out basis, is when you will see results. Because God, he doesn't, like somebody said, he doesn't work quick like we want him to. In this microwave society, he works like a crock pot, very slowly. And that's not my saying, but it's a true saying. He also goes on to say, I'm a piece of coal. He said, I'm under a lot of pressure. He said, I'd much rather take that pressure off and turn it to a diamond than some dirty old cold dust. Now he's speaking victory into his life. Man, I love to hear that. He like, man, I'm a piece of coal. I might be a piece of coal. I might have dirt on me right now. I might be a piece of coal. He said, but I don't want to be a piece of coal. He said, man, I want to take that pressure off. I want to turn it to a diamond. Man, he done already spoke the victory over his life. He don't want to be down. Man, that touches me right there. Hey, what did I tell him? I said, you are a great guy, my friend. You are already a diamond. Make being positive a lifestyle, and you'll begin to see all of the results in real time. The Power Hour, I'll definitely talk more, which I'm doing now. And basically, I said in the short version of what I just told you is that he's on the right track now. Speak positive over himself, not the negative. You know, don't say he a bad guy. And I love the fact that he got hope in his heart. Because no matter what he said previously, he said, I don't want to be a piece of coal. I want to be a diamond. Next time, just call yourself a diamond. You're already there. Seek and ye shall find, my friend. Seek and ye shall find. Next, I'll go to Historic Anarchist. And he's in here now. I hope he's still around. Esoteric Anarchist. Let me say it right. That's me being lazy with speech. Esoteric Anarchist. That's his name. He coming in on an old video called Sex Dolls. All my sex dolls are white. Why all my sex dolls are white? And of course, I don't call them sex dolls that anymore. They are companion dolls. And so let me see what Esoteric Anarchist said. And thank you for watching these older videos. I praise I'm happy that anybody goes back to watch my older videos to see where I came from and not just see where I am. He said, I'm not into this kind of stuff. But honestly, he said, if I was into this kind of stuff, I would only choose super white-skinned dogs with ginger hair and blue eyes. He said, or white skin with blonde hair and blue eyes. He said, I always had hardcore fantasies to be with Caucasian ginger women since I was a kid. Unfortunately, I lived in an island or on an island where there were absolutely no Caucasian women. There were only Puerto Rican women. I got to stop right there because Puerto Rican women, dude, Puerto Rican women are fine. But once again, that's me over here. I'm not living with them 24/7. He probably sick of it. He said, I had to stay single for about 7 years because I could never find a Caucasian woman there. So I decided to leave Puerto Rico for good. Man, once again, that's me over in America, and me over here on it. I don't want to say America because Puerto Rico is part of us. I'm just saying, but that's me over here saying, man, y'all got all them beautiful island women, man. What are you worried about? But like I say, when you over there, he probably sick of seeing all them women. But I hate that he left there for good. He gone for good. But like I say, he raised there. Maybe he cool with leaving. He said, this is what I don't like about countries that are not multicultural because there's less choices. And man, in America, I think we take this for granted because like, even if you live in an area that's not multicultural, well, guess what? America's a big place. I can go on vacation somewhere and see women of all different colors and nationalities and things of that nature and cultures. And so it's easier for us to see women of different cultures. And so when you're living in a smaller country, you're stuck with whatever is there. In some of these countries, man, and I ain't saying Puerto Rico is its own country. Of course, it's a part of the United States. But what I'm saying is in these countries as small as a state, well, what you got is what you got. There's no diversity. So I understand what he means. What did I tell him? Did I even respond? Oh, I just said great story because I'm commenting on it now. But I did think when he said, man, he wanted to find Caucasian women and leave Puerto Rico, I was thinking like, ooh, there's so many people that want to go to Puerto Rico, bro. But I'll say this. It's one thing to find a woman of the fair complexion. It's another thing to secure a woman of the fair complexion because it's still something that has missed, even though I don't think about it anymore. I have women of the fair complexion with me now. I have dated like one or two women of the fair complexion that were human. But let me tell you, especially down in the South, it's a tougher task than you think it is. You know, it's a much tougher task than you think it is dating someone in a different culture. So you can come to a place where they are as much as you want to, but then you have to actually get one to like you. And that's a whole different equation. You can do it though, and you have the right attitude. So with all that said, I'll move on from Esoteric Anarchist. I'm just actually glad to be back on stream, man. I thought I was lost. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought I was lost. I'm gonna read a few more and I'm come back to the live stream because I'm just happy to be here, man. I thought I was going. This is really what I thought I was going to have to do. Just in my mind, luckily I didn't say it out loud. I didn't speak the negative or anything. But in my mind, I was thinking like, man, I might have to start a whole new stream. And that's something I did not want to do. I wanted to keep the subject of this stream going. You know, I want to keep this particular one going. So I'm so glad it didn't cut out. But the next person I'm going to is Hunted Dreams on Blades of Grass. Oh, this is a great comment, and it's something I need to talk about before I come back to the comments. I might have to come back to him. Let me see. I'm gonna hold off on. Well, no, I'm gonna go ahead and hit it. He made another comment that sort of ties to this. That's why and I think I'm gonna go to that first. That's what I'm gonna do. He made another comment that ties to this comment. Where is it at? Where are you at? There it is. No, that ain't it either. On Heat Her Up. Where's that video at? I'm sorry, guys. Having trouble finding this one. Find it. And there go my, I don't know what's up with my, either way, here you go. Not esoteric, Hunted Dreams. That's what I'm looking for. Hunted Dreams. There it is. Whew, it took me a while to find this one, man. Hunted Dreams says, so if I got a Kimber dog, could I sleep with her? Of course you can sleep with your Kimber dog. He said, isn't like she actually sleeps in my bed or would that ruin her? He said, secondly, if I wasn't using her, could I just wrap her in her safety blanket and just stand her in the corner of my room? Of course. He said, how long can the clothes stay on her for? And that's when I was like, you know what? I'm going to have to tell him in this video if he gets a chance to watch it. So I told him, yeah, you can sleep with her, but the bed needs memory foam, in my opinion. That's in my, hold on, guys. I feel a little, something I need to wipe away here. What's going on today? It's just like all type of dander just floating around. I don't know what's happening. But either way, I told him, you can sleep with her, but in my opinion, the bed needs memory foam to be safe. I do know people who have their dogs in beds without memory foam. But look, to be safe and not sorry, I say get you some memory foam. Then I told him, he asked me about was sleeping in the bed ruin her? Not unless you sleeping with her crazy. I'm very careful not to try to hurt my girls. But even me, man, I've been careful when I'm laying around or putting my legs on them or anything like that. One wrong move, you can cause a finger poke or anything like that. So I told him, man, you can sleep, but you definitely need to be careful. He said, could he just, if he wasn't using it, could he just stand her up in the corner of the room? I know people who stand their dogs all the time. What's crazy is I rarely stand any of my girls, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm just scared. I'm just scared they're going to tip over. That's why I have a Dog King plan for the future that I won't have to worry about it. I just say that. And it's one of the things I want to share with the world, you know, as time goes on. But I rarely ever stand my girls because I don't want to walk away and just hear bloom, bloom. Because once they hit the ground, it's over. Whatever damage happens, happens. So I don't even want to take a chance. Why take a chance when I can keep them healthy and whole sitting next to me? But you can do that. He said, how long can the clothes stay on her for? As far as clothing on your dog, if they white or light clothes, they can damn near stay on there into perpetuity until you want to take them off. You know, you definitely gonna have to bathe the dog, so you got to take them off then. But these girls, they had these white shirts on for a few days now. I ain't thinking about it. I change them soon, but they're okay. They're all right. If they were dog shirts, now that's different. Dog shirts, I'm just going to tell you about me now. Dog shirts, a lot of people put them on and they take them off soon thereafter. They take them off, put them on for pictures, and they take them off. Some people keep it on for a day. Some people keep them on for a day or two. Me, I'm completely trifling because I got reared by an older dog owner who taught me some old tricks, and they work. And so I keep doing them. I've only had a couple of mistakes with it, but for the most part, they work. And what he taught me was when you have old clothes, old dog color clothes, that they don't stain the dog. He said they don't stain the dog. And so a lot of times when I put these older clothes or clothes that I've gotten from the thrift store or clothes that I've washed several times, I put dog color clothes on them and they'll be on there 2 or 3 days. I won't even be thinking about it. Because I'd be laughing. Sometimes I'd be looking and be like, man, I can't lie. I'm being trifling, y'all. I'm taking a chance. I'm letting y'all go. But only earlier in my dog journey did I get a couple of stains. But as of now, nope, no stains. So I would say, just to be safe for you, don't do what I do. Do what I do. Do my advice. With dog colors, you may want to take them off after a day. With white colors or light colors, you can let them stay on forever. So, okay, I'm gonna stop right here for a second because, like I told you, man, I don't know when this string gonna stop. So let me stop right there and catch up with my guys, see what y'all been saying, because the next one is very good. This next comment is from Blue CCG, and I can't wait to get to it. But I want to take a break and get with you guys because after that, after that little interruption happened, I want to make sure that you guys still hanging in here with me, man. Jada Pinkett Smith. Yeah. Jada in the house. What up, Jada? Hey, man. Hey, Sang. I appreciate your $5, Sang. You know I love you, man. I got to put Jada up here. Look at Jada in the house. Hey, Jada. Hey, it's so good to see you. Smith said, Jada here too. Hey, Kanye West said, Kanye! We got the whole gang in here. Kanye say, hey, Jada, how about some entanglement? I'm lonely. Oh, yeah, but we got the whole star-studded crew in here. All the stars. You see it, Kevin? Redmond says, it's the Dog King. Redmond says, when I was being positive, bad things would happen, almost testing my words. Right. But when I was negative, positive stuff would happen to like cheer me up. I don't get it. I'm going to, hey, Jada, I'm sorry, baby. I got to put this up here. Let me tell you something, Redmond. Don't fall for the trick. Good stuff is not is not happening to you because you're being negative. Not really. It only seems like that because, let me tell you something. The enemy knows what he's doing. See, most of the time, we're all negative anyway. That's what I say. I've changed my life because I noticed, wait a minute, everybody is mostly negative. We all walk around talking about what we can't do, what we can't achieve, this, that, and this. So, guess what? When negative things happen, you don't really take account of it as much. Why? Because you already expect that to happen. See? So then positive things happen out of the blue. And you're like, oh, something positive happened. But when you're speaking positive, you're almost waiting for positive things to happen. And so when you don't see things popping up, guess what? You start paying attention to the negative things that pretty much happen all the time any damn way. And so you start saying, man, the more positive I speak, the more negative happens. And the enemy uses that to his advantage because I've fallen for that same trick. That's why I know it's a trick. I've fallen for that same trick of saying, man, now that I'm speaking positive, stuff ain't happening good for me. Man, forget that. I'm going to go back to speaking negative. And just like you said, I'm under the impression, oh, things ain't so bad. No, that ain't what's happening. Your life is now headed down the wrong direction. But down that direction, you're used to seeing the negative. So like I say, it's just like buying a car. Once you buy a car, guess what? You start seeing it everywhere. Well, guess what? If you're already negative, you start seeing the negative so much you don't even notice it no more. It's just a way of life. Yeah. Hey, yeah. It's just regular old life. But if you get to saying a positive, after a while, you'll start seeing it take root in your life in a different way. You'll start seeing positive stuff happening to you intentionally. Because here's the deal. God rewards you being continuously positive. That's the thing. And he's patient with it. He'll let you build it up for a while because he'll be like, no, I don't want you to just say positive for a few days and see what's going to happen. Not yet. Keep on saying it. But what happens is we don't keep on saying it. And then we don't see the overwhelming blessings that God has. So don't fall for the trick. Keep saying the positive to see bigger and better positive things happening in your future. Kate Weiss, man, it's so good to have a one-man follower here. Hey, Jay, new follower here. The Weiss family in Michigan. We love you, bro. Much love to you and the girls. Oh, man, I'm just glad to have y'all here. And listen, I said Kate Weiss, I'm assuming this is the wife speaking. But for the whole Weiss family, I love you. I appreciate you guys watching. And thank you guys for watching and participating in the live stream. And I'm just letting you know, Callie's son, Cinnamon, and the rest of the girls, we love you too. And like I said, I'm just glad to have another female follower around. I really appreciate that. Second son says, wow, what a lucky guy. Puerto Rican women, unfortunately, we Americans only see land whales. Actually, man, you can find Puerto Rican women over here now. Of course, they got an abundance of them over there. But he just doesn't understand when he says, hey, man, I want to leave Puerto Rico to see American women. That's exactly what us American men saying. We like, man, if you're interested in human women, I'm sure you got a flavor for Puerto Rican women because they are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, hey, Ren X, thank you, Ren. Hey, Ren, I'm glad you sent a shout out to Kay Wise. It makes me feel good that you sent a shout out to her. I guess both of y'all Michigan friends. I mean, both of y'all from Michigan, rather. Oh, just for a while, if anybody was tuning into the show, the whole subject of this show was smack talk. Reason being, I've been covering the whole Will Smith, Chris Rock slapping incident at the Oscars, and I read a whole cluster of viewer comments from my video called The Slap Heard Around the World. So I named this video Smack Talk. But of course, now I've gotten into the part of the show where I'm reading viewer comments from my live stream, and I'm also I still got a little stockpile of comments from my videos that I need to hit. I got a few more left over there before we close out. But believe me, I'm in no rush to get out of here today. I'm so happy to be here. The show got a small, the live stream got a small tick of an upgrade. So I don't have to rush out of here in any form or fashion. Because before I had restraints as far as how long I could stream for a whole month. But now I'm thinking like, you know what? In addition to the Dog King Power Hour, you'll never know if one of these late nights you're gonna see me pop up. Now, when you see me pop up on the live stream, I won't be doing what I'm doing here, answering all my viewer comments and stuff. No, I'm leaving all of that reserved for the Dog King Power Hour. But if I pop up on the live stream, well, ain't no telling what the hell me and the girls might be talking about or doing. So I'm happy I got all that taken care of today. I'm gonna read a few more down here. Sang says my WM head just came finally. God bless, man. What number did you get, Sang? What number head did you get? Redmond T says, dang, you right, Jay. Kay White says, it's a pleasure to be here. We love you too. Proud to be a female follower. Yep, I'm the wife. Yay, Kay! White, I love you. I'm so happy you here. I can't even lie. I'm so happy you here, man. That just makes me happy because, you know, I've actually said something to a couple of my female followers before, sort of asking them to sort of confirm. And you one of the first people that truly confirmed it. So I'm glad to hear from you and glad to have you here. And when I say I'm just glad to have your female touch around the show, believe me, I'm glad to have your perfume dilly-dallying around this show. I promise you I am. Redmond says, K. Wise, she trips me out. Redmond says, that 159 centimeter Iron Tech doll is coming tomorrow. What, really? He said, my fourth doll ever. First one with a fixed vagina and joint fingers. Man, well, you beat me on the articulated fingers. And honestly, I'm never going removable vagina again. I'm always going fixed vagina. So, like I say, Saima, I love her. She will, for the foreseeable future, be my only doll with a fixed vagina. I've had people say, hey, man, you might want a fixed vagina. A removable vagina. Well, like I say, in the future, if I ever decide to make love to a doll or two or three, depending on how many, I don't know how many dolls I may end up making love to, but I'm not going to make love to all of them. But depending on which dolls I make love to, it may come a time where I'll be like, man, you know what? Maybe I should have a removable. But in my mind, I cannot fathom buying another removable vagina. And that's all due respect to the beautiful Saima Renee Uzumaki, because I still love her and her removable vagina. You know, if I ever make love to her, of course, I'll have to use that. But she will be the only one from here on out. So I caught back up with my comments, and now I get a chance to get back to my viewer comments from my videos. And I'm starting with Blue CCG, my guy. He commented on my video last but not least. That was my last Dog King Power Hour live stream. And he was talking about a comment that I made about prisons on there. Because what happens was, who was it that brought it up? I think it might have been Redmond. I don't know if it was you. I think it might have been Redmond who brought it up. But I know somebody brought up, hey, companion dogs should be in prisons, right? That would be a good idea. And it's an idea I already had. And I had talked about on a live stream before, on another live stream. And I just got to breaking it down because during the video, whoever made the comment threw a couple of ideas out there. And they were saying like, yeah, man, it'd be cool if the prisoners had access to a dog. And I was like, yeah, it would be nice. And somebody was like, yeah, but they would, people would have to clean the dogs for them. I'm like, no, the prisoners should be able to clean their own dogs. You know, they should be trained to do that. Then I said, you know what? It shouldn't just be giving out a dog to any and every prisoner. I say it should be floors dedicated, dog floors, you know, of privilege dedicated to dog ownership, to where, hey, guess what? When you ascend to a certain level of good behavior, you can go on a dog floor. I say, because otherwise, if you have to discipline somebody, if it was no dog floors, you may find yourself having to take their dog away. And I say that could be really cumbersome, trying to take dogs away. Then you can also have inmates trying to take each other's dogs and things of that nature. So I say, if you have some designated dog floors, just designated to people who have shown themselves able to own dogs, then if they have any violations, major violations, you could remove them from that floor without having to worry about, people trying to take his dog and do crazy things of that nature. You can just remove the guy and have a brand new spot for somebody with good behavior, as opposed to just a whole prison system. You just have random guys that have had good behavior that have a doll in their cell. That's asking for trouble from people who aren't as privileged. So I say, man, it's really something that I didn't think was feasible now, because you have to sink money into it. You literally would have to redesign. You would literally have to redesign whole prisons to make this feasible, in my opinion. But I do think, from a therapeutic and rehabilitation standpoint, that it could be something worth looking into in the future. Because this is just me. You are going to get a certain segment of guys, especially, I think the dog ownership is really going to work better for people that are in their long term. Long-term guys. You're in there for 2 months, you don't need a dog. But if you're in there for extended periods of time and you're on good behavior, guess what? Most of these guys are not going to want to mess up and be separated and taken off that floor from their dog. But I've always said, it's always going to be an outlier or two that's still not going to be right, that you're going to have to handle. But I believe it's such an incentive to act right, do right. I said, man, you'll walk on one of those dog floors and it'll be like regular society in most cases. I bet you'll be seeing all type of good behavior. Then you won't be seeing people with pent-up sexual frustrations. Now, I don't promote having sex with my companion dog. I don't say don't do it. But I'm just saying that's not something that I say, hey, go have sex. No, I say wait to have sex so you can build up a bond with your companion dog. But in a prison system, guess what? With that type of pent-up sexual frustration, they're going to eventually be having sex with their girls, if not off the bat. But if they're in their long term, I guarantee you they're going to be forced to be in relationships. They're going to build bonds with their dogs in time, no matter what. They're not going to be distracted like you are out here in free society. They're going to be in a cell with their girl, and that girl is going to mean everything in the world to them. Believe me. So I think it'd be a great idea. But what Blue CG commented was, he commented and said, and it was my video called, like I say, last but not least. What did he say? Okay, it's on this video right here. He said, your comments on how dogs can help de-stress prison inmates are profound. He said, what a genius idea. He said they have to be in a supervised area, but they can be very therapeutic. So basically, in a short way, he basically just championed what I said about, hey, man, I believe it can really, really rehabilitate, which is what our prison system really doesn't do. It just houses criminals without rehabilitating them properly. But adding an element like a companion dog could really go good towards bringing people back into society. But keep in mind, once you've had a dog for as long as some of those guys might have a dog, they'll be coming back into society with a companion dog or looking to get a companion dog. That's guaranteed. So going on, Brandon Anderson made a comment on my video Blades of Grass. And what did he say? He said something on my video Blades of Grass. And he said, If gas prices aren't killing you, he said taking the girls out for a Sunday drive is also a nice thing to do too. Well, Brandon, I'm sure you've seen several of my videos, but I take the girls out for drives all the time. And like you say, he's so right. He's so right. I know I go to places, go to restaurants, go to stores. I've said it in several videos before. Sometimes it's just fun to be out with your girl, just looking over, having her next to you. Man, I have Callie sitting in such a way where I always put my hand over and like grab her thigh and just squeeze her thigh, or even sometimes we make a turn, I had to grab her thigh to make sure she's very secure. And man, it's just something else to put you at ease. Like I say, maybe the first few times I took my girl out, it was like, okay, it was a little work involved where I had to put some real work mentally into doing it. But now, like I told you, I always want to take my girl with me. I want to take Callie with me. I want to take somebody on the trip with me. I leave out the house and be like, man, I wish somebody was with me today. Because sometimes the weather doesn't permit, or sometimes I have to make runs that aren't conducive for my companion dog being with me. Like yesterday, I had to make runs where I had to go and stay in places for long periods of time. And then I had to make quick little crazy stops, didn't know how long I was going to be there. And under those circumstances, I don't want Callie with me or any of the girls sitting in the car for who knows how long. So I normally only take them when I know where the hell I'm going and how long it's going to take, and whether they can get out the car with me or not. But Brandon Anderson, you're right. It's cool to just go out for a ride sometimes. And Honey Dream said something on my Blades of Grass video. What did he say? Perfect. He said, man, do you still have your original Kimber doll? And how is she holding up? If so, he said, has she suffered any damage which is out of your hands? And I thought this was funny because maybe he doesn't know that Callie is my original Kimber doll. And I was talking to Callie last night. Her skeleton, I don't give a damn. It's the best one. She got the best skeleton out of anybody. It's just the sturdiest, strongest, and she was the first one. And it's just like anything. Everything is maybe the same, but it's all made a little different. Asana's, her wrists are a little looser than the other girls. They aren't broken or anything, but they just got a little looseness to them. Also, I might show it to you one day. One of Asana's fingers is a little deformed. It's funny. It's a manufacturing defect. It's not bad. It's just a little crazy looking. But I like when my girls have some little, things that aren't perfect. I'm not perfect. But she has suffered no damage. Thank you, Jesus. She has suffered. I've been so careful with these girls, taking my time with them, moving them slowly. And I've always said, when you're moving your dog, if you think you're going slow, go slower. Move stuff out your way before you even get up. That's one of the big tricks to moving your dog. Make sure it's out of clear the path. One time, I got Callie out the bed and opened the door to take her and put her in the car. And right when I got outside, man, I realized the door wasn't open. I had to come back in, put her back in the bed. Man, it was sort of traumatic, getting, taking a step down the steps and be like, oh no, I didn't open the door. And so, and there's been another time where something wasn't out of my way. And I'm telling you, man, it ain't nothing worse than having your girl suspended in the air and realizing you can't do anything with her. You got to go put her back down. So I've been very careful with these girls, and they have sustained no damage. Thank God. And honestly, I said she's better than new, and that's exactly how I feel, because I do feel like, depending on how you take care of your companion dog, I made a video about it, about gets better. I think it was called Gets Better with Time, or Better with Time. And it's crazy. I actually feel like my dogs are better with time. Now, straight out the box, with them having never encountered dust of any kind, of course you could say they were newer, but I don't know. It's like the girls have grown character. Like I told you about speaking good to plants, I was looking at Callie. She just looks so much prettier to me, even in some of her old pictures. It's like they truly absorb good feelings, good vibes. I'm telling you, you don't have to believe that part, but I believe that they are absorbing good feelings. I do. So he said something else, Honey Dreams did. On his same video, he said, I was actually going to buy a Kimber doll this week, but I feel like it may be better to wait an extra month and to put some money aside for her extras like powder and clothing. You don't really got to put money aside for powder. Powder is cheap as hell. You don't have to buy as much of it as you think, especially if you got one doll. Clothing, you can go to a thrift store and spend $20 or so and get you a little something. You ain't got to have her whole wardrobe off the bat. So you ain't got to wait on that. He said, I'm someone who normally rushes into stuff, but blank is a lot of money for a Kimber doll. He said, I think although I still plan on getting one, I think it may be better to just put more effort and planning into it. Plus, I still need to look up all her needs, like when she would require cleaning. I'm never going to tell you to rush. It's always good to continue to wait, continue to debate, continue to think. Because like I say, these Kimber girls are a great way to get into the game. But guess what? You may want to go up to a customizable girl in time. Give yourself time to think about what you want to do. But don't worry about clothes. That's nothing you're going to have to worry about. That's not very expensive. Even the powder, baby oil, not very expensive. Antibacterial soap, things like that, not very expensive. So even if you didn't want to dress your girl off bat, you could keep her in just some panties or something and one of your old t-shirts. You don't have to even have a lot of clothes for her off bat, but you do need to get the little cleaning supplies. And she, just to let you know, she at least needs a bath once a month. Whether you're having sex with her or not, they need to be cleaned and maintained. Like I say, my rule of thumb is if you don't let them get dirty, you ain't got to worry about cleaning them from being dirty if you don't let them get dirty. So just keep the maintenance up on them. He said, now I understand what you mean when you say it's a lot of responsibility to keep one in good health. And I'm glad he said that, because I have been telling people, don't be looking at going on these doll sites, looking at dolls and just thinking about the sexual aspect and just thinking, oh, yeah, I'm going to get a doll, have sex, throw in the closet. Yeah, it's going to be easy. No. To truly take care of one of these girls, they are a work of art now. All these girls are a work of art. People that put their heart and soul into. And if you treat these girls the right way, they can give you so much. You don't want to just be thinking of them as some, sexual object you can just come home and throw around, because you're going to be in for a rude awakening when you find out that it's upkeep involved. You can't just have sex with these girls and just throw them around. You got to clean them out, keep them cleaned out. And even if you don't even have sex with them, you need to, like I say, keep them clean on a regular basis. Then you got to make sure to keep them safe as far as heat, cold, all those things. So it's, like I say, you're the one who's going to be dressing them. You're going to be the one bathing them. You don't have to bathe your human woman. You don't have to dress your human woman. So although it's a lot of things you have to pay attention to with the human woman, I was just letting him and everybody know, don't think that having a companion doll is not a responsibility, because it is. It is. Next. What did he say? Hold on, guys. Okay, so I knocked out both 100 Dreams questions. And now I got 3 more, and I'm coming back to check on my 3 more questions, and I'm coming back to check on my live stream. But Hatman44 Tapman says, a good point on Heat Her Up. What did he say? He just said, I made a good point. Let me see. Oh, that's the wrong video. What did Hatman say, man? There it is. And Hatman says, okay, on Heat Her Up. On that video, I was saying how, man, you know what? These USBs and electric blankets for these girls are useless. And if you don't know and you're a new doll owner and you thinking that you need a USB to heat her vagina up or an electric blanket, Don't do it. It's a waste of your money. Now, most of these doll companies will give you a USB cord with the doll. So I got like 4 of them back there already. And I don't ever plan on using it. And I did buy an electric blanket. It was like $40 or so, maybe 50, who knows? But I got it because, once again, I didn't know I wasn't going to be making love to my girls. And they were like, yeah, to heat your girl up, you're going to have to put an electric blanket on her. Let it stay on her for like 10 or 15 minutes and blah, blah, blah. Of course, I don't have sex with my girls, but I have had a couple of interludes. One with Callie a long time ago where I sort of hugged up against her and had a climax, and also with Saima. Same type of thing, but I didn't do a video about Saima. I kept saying I was, and I never did. But the whole point of it was, and even with Callie recently, I noticed it. Man, just by hugging them, laying in the bed with you for about 5 minutes, they're going to warm up. You don't even need an electric blanket. The only thing you need to do is just hold your girl for a second. And I promise you, like when you first get your girl, that cool, sort of cold feeling, it'll sort of throw you off a little bit at first. But man, I'm gonna tell you, I look forward to touching my girls and feeling that cool to the touch sensation, because it lets me know that they're the right temperature at all times. I don't want them being too warm, sweaty, TPE dripping out of them or anything like that. I want them to be cool until I hug on them or something. And so when I hugged on the girls, I realized that, dang, TPE is a very good conduit for heat. You don't need an electric blanket. All you need to do is just say you want to make love to your girl. Just hug them for a little while. Lay down with them, especially if you're talking about getting taking your clothes off. Lay with them for a little while. And like I said, if you don't want to lay next to the cooler bodies with your naked body, just lay with her in the cover for a while. Man, she's going to heat up pretty soon in no time. Now, I did think about the vagina because, once again, I've never had sex. And I'm like, man, well, what if the vagina is sort of cool? And I can't lie. One of the things about making love to a human woman is a human vagina, if it's right, is nice and warm. It's nice and warm. And so when you stick it in, man, you sort of feel that heat. And it's like, ooh, yeah, it's warm up in here, right? Well, I do believe that would throw me off as a man to feel a cooler sensation at first. But I wouldn't even think about it right now, because knowing what I know, I already know after a couple of seconds, she's going to heat up. So like I say, I hate to say it, but it's probably something I would get used to. I'm talking about that like cool entry. I would probably get used to that, you know, it being cool for the first half a minute or two. But I'm just saying, I can't see myself using that USB, especially from what I've read about it. I'm like, it sounds useless, so I'm not using it. So basically, when Hat Man said good point, what did he say? What did Hat Man say? Oh, I never read his comment. He said, good point, Jay. I never used that USB warmer. He said, I don't even know where it's at. This is the general now. He said, oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like, man, how am I getting confused here? I wrote the wrong name. The guy that made this comment is the general. Sorry. The general said, good point, Jay. I never used the USB warmer. I don't know where it's at. He said, the doll takes your body temperature, like I just said. He said, it uses it for herself. He said, if you sit next to her for 5 minutes, that's all it takes. But some people don't understand that. And that's why I made that video called Heat Her Up. Because I was like, you know what? As a new doll owner, I didn't know that the doll really takes on your heat that easily. I was like, the only reason they said this to get electric blanket is for people who don't plan on really showing their doll affection. They plan on just throwing an electric blanket on their doll, whacking off to a porno, and then coming over there to their doll. And like I told you, if you go about things the right way, you will never need a porno to interact and make love with your girl. You will never need it if you do things the right way, by developing your imagination. Man, it's a good point that Brandon Anderson made, but I can't do it. On Heat Her Up on the same video, Brandon Anderson says, I tend to keep my house warm so they naturally are warmer to the touch. He said, but I love to sit with them and hug them as much. And he said he uses them sexually. Here's the thing, what I want to say, what Brandon Anderson says. I'm sort of the opposite. It's been times, especially during the winter, when it started getting colder, where I didn't want to turn, no, hold on. It's been times, rather, in as it's getting hotter than last summer, where I didn't want to turn the air on because I was like, it's sort of warm in here, but it ain't warm enough for the air. But I had the air on because of the girls, to keep their skin a little cool to the touch. Because it's just like you say, if it get too warm in the house, they'll start feeling warm. And although it'll happen just like you said, where you don't even have to warm them up because they'll be room temperature warm. But I found that, and I think that the TPE tends to seep quicker when they're at warmer temperatures. Because I forgot what I read. I can't even tell you where it is. Where I read it said something about keeping your dog cool, especially your TPE dog, because silicone dogs, they're not temperature sensitive like TPE. But I read something that said something about keeping your dogs cool. So I try to either keep even in the summertime, when it's warmer in the house, I'll go turn a stationary fan on the girls, or a ceiling fan on the girls. So I always keep them a little cool to the touch. But your method can definitely work as far as having sex with them. You know, that keeping the house warm will keep them warm. So I did want to second your motion. That is a way you can go if you don't mind your girls being warm more often. I just like mine to be cool. And 100 Dreams already asked me about sleeping with Kimber. So now I'm finna take a break, and I'm finna come over to some of these dog questions, baby. I mean, to the live stream and see what you guys have been talking about. If you just came, we're not talking about it at this moment, but this whole live stream was smack talk. It was based off of what Will Smith did to Chris Rock the other day, where he smacked Chris Rock for making a simple joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett, and it was harmless. The man was doing his job, and like you say, even if they find themselves being offended by it, it did not take that type of physical violence. And I disagree with the women that say that he's just defending us. No, defending you is when somebody trying to attack you on the street and a man keeping them from doing it. Or I can take somebody calling you out your name on the street and a man coming to your defense quicker than what he did in a professional setting with somebody doing their craft. And I've been talking about that. I had a show called Smack Her Around the World, and that's why I called this show Smack Talk, and I was answering all of those questions. So now I'm back to the live stream to see, hey, what am I missing out on? Do I need to answer some questions over here? And I believe I do. I want to send another shout out to Sang. Earlier, he gave me a donation to the show. I appreciate him. I love him. Anybody that donates, I really appreciate you. Okay. Let me catch back up to you guys. Okay, Sang, he finally answered me. Perfect. Sang said it's the WM head 414. I'm gonna write that down. Sang, I'm gonna see what you got. I'm gonna write that down, Sang. I'm gonna check out that WM head. Redmond said it was him who was talking about the prison. Right. I thought I had a good memory on that. Redmond says, do you think dogs will ever be normalized? Oh, most definitely. They're going to be normalized. Like I say, man, that's why I say I'm ahead of my time right now. One day, man, it's going to be so many people walking around with dogs just like me. But my thing is, man, I don't even know if I'm going to be alive. You know, I don't know if, like I said, I believe I'm going to make a lot of progress before I go. But I'm talking about the world that I'm really imagining. And I promise you guys, I made a song called Outer Space. It's discussing some of the thoughts that I've had recently. It just hits on it a little bit. On the world that I might see. Man, I see a world out here, man. I see a world out here, a whole nother world. But the thing is, it's going to be further off than I think it's going to be. The only reason I'm saying is, like, I want to say it's going to be 10 years off, 15 years off. But man, if you just look at technology, even though it's technology underground and behind the scenes, we never see it until much, much later. I mean, you know, you had people saying that the Jetsons type of world would exist today. Man, truth be told, as far as people talking to each other through their telephones where they can see each other, that's really just getting mastered. You know, the speaking through through our computers and things of that nature. I can't even think of the names for any of these things. Basically, what I'm doing to you right now. What am I talking about? Basically, what I'm doing to you right now was unheard of at a certain point in time. But now this is commonplace. But according to history and technology, we should be in flying cars already by now. When you think about Blade Runner, in Blade Runner, the original movie, man, that movie was set in like 2019. It was flying cars all over the place. So I guess what I'm saying is, I know we're definitely 50 years away from androids literally walking around and being serviceable. It's going to be well past 50 years before that's into full effect. But the world where it's just a lot of people out with their dolls and AIs, man, I truly believe it could be 20 to 30 years away. But I do believe it's coming. Just like Martin Luther King had a dream, this king has a dream. I pray that God blesses me to see most of it. But, you know, I may not see it coming to what I want to see it coming to. But it's coming. It's coming quicker than a lot of people think, too. Second Son says, I be going, King. Enjoy the rest of the day. Hey, guys, I love you. Appreciate you for staying. Like I say, I know this is a long one. But you know what? You know we don't play by rules in the Dog King family. And guess what? What you don't see, I hope you guys come back and check out if you do have to duck out. But everybody that's still here with me, hey, we still got a little more fun to happen, baby. I'm loving it. Redmond says, I have to get a heating blanket for the dogs so they are not cold when I'm in bed cuddling. Well, that's the point I'm making, Redmond. He said the blanket is not good. See? Okay, let me come to this. I'm going to skip all the way to this comment, Redmond. You sort of, I'm going to tell you, and I can't lie, you really caught a blind spot. It is right. You're right. Everybody is not going to want to use the blanket just because they don't want to interact with their dog and just have sex. So I'm so glad you brought that up. That was a blind spot I had right there. Some people may just, they may want to skip the cuddling to warm them up. What I mean by that is, see, I actually like the cool touch now. You know, I got myself to like the cool touch. So when I get in bed and I feel the cool touch, I actually like it because I already know, and they not cold, ice cold where they're freezing me. It's just a cool touch. But I know that after like 10 minutes, they're going to be body temperature. So I don't even think about it. But if it's important to you to when the first time you touch your dog that she does not have any coolness on her at all, you got me on that. I feel you on that, Redmond. That is something that somebody may want. They may just want they may not want to warm it up naturally. But I was saying on my video, if you don't want to waste any extra money, Dog, all you need is about 10 extra minutes. And believe me, it don't take long for her to get warm. Bruh, a sign, look at sign. Sign say, bruh, it's literally like a honey trap. What sign? What sign? Hold up. I can't lie. Redmond says, I used the USB once. It's dumb. The whole dog will get cold after 4 minutes. Kay Wise, she said, love the show. Got to go. Have a great night. Much love. I love you, Kay. And have a great one. I appreciate you for coming. Redmond says, I kept my apartment warm for the dogs before, and the dogs would sweat, and the TPE sweat stained the wall like someone put a bucket of water. Oh, wow. Hey, man. Wow. I figured that it would sweat, but you just exposed it for doing a lot more than even I thought. Redmond says, I kept my apartment warm for the dogs before. Sorry, let me read that right. He said, I kept my apartment door. Redmond says, I kept my apartment warm for the dogs before, and the dogs would sweat, and the TPE sweat stained the wall like someone put a bucket of water on the wall. Now that's crazy. Well, that lets me know that I'm right by not wanting to keep my house too warm and being scared of them dripping TPE. Because I'm going to tell you guys, I did have a guy come in. I forgot who it was. It was a couple weeks ago or whatever. And he said, man, I think it was on one of my videos where he was like, man, do you have a big problem with your dogs dripping a lot of TPE oil in the beds and stuff? And I'm like, nah, my girls don't drip TPE like that. Like, the most I do is smell a little TPE scent in their panties or their shirts or something after I take them off. But they don't have strong TPE smells on them. I will say this. In the dog room where they stay, like if I go back there right now, I smell a little scent of TPE. But I never see any drippage, like wet drippage. I saw in a video one time where somebody picked the dog up and it was like TPE wet stain in the bed. I have never seen anything like that with my girls. I'll say this though, guys. Once again, that's why I'm against the black market dogs and things of that nature. If you've already got it, one off eBay, please don't take offense. I love you. I appreciate you. And I'm still doing the show coming up about eBay dogs in a more affectionate way. But I'm just saying, that's why I say avoid those dogs that are scams, because I don't want you ending up with one of these dogs that's dripping TPE 24/7. You ain't even got the dog out the box good, and it's already dripping TPE. I do believe that the higher quality dog, that the less chance of all that drippage. Now, if your house is just hot, then guess what? I don't care how much the dog costs, it's probably going to start sweating. But I'm just talking about under normal circumstances, your dog just shouldn't be sweating all over the place. Redmond said they was standing, leaning on the wall. Oh, yeah. I can believe that they got that dog wet if they was leaning on the wall. But remember this also, Redmond. Remember this, Redmond. You probably already learned this trick by now. If you're leaning your dogs on anything on the wall, make sure it's a small barrier in between them. Now, you may already know that, but make sure that you put a small pillow or something in between them because you don't want the water flattening out their bodies. Okay. Redmond says the dogs don't sweat after you oil them and powder them over and over again. Like I said, I've never even had the problem to begin with, but it's good to know that since you've changed temperatures drastically, so you've got a chance to see that happen before. And it's good that you say that it hasn't happened once you've oiled and powdered them over and over again. So that's good to know. He said he would keep his house around 79 degrees. So yeah, that's way too hot, in my opinion, for my girls. Honestly, before I got my girls, my thermostat was always set on about 74, 75. after I got my girls, and this is sort of cold for me, it's sometimes I usually have my thermostat around 71 or 72. And it gets pretty cool in here on some nights. But I know some nights I've been cold in here so my dogs can stay cool. And all I think of the human women that I've dated that used to turn the air conditioning up. And I promise you, you can always find some similarities between these girls and their human counterparts. And that's one that I found. So with all that said, guys, I got another page and a half of comments on my videos. And guess what? We're going to finish that up right now. And I'm going to my boy Fira Feline. He had a comment on my video, Heat Her Up. And what did Fira Feline say? He said, oh, when I was talking about, and it's raining, I don't know if you guys can hear, but it is raining cats and dogs out here right now. I'm talking about cats and dogs. And I'm just thanking God that the power is still on. I'm thanking God that the internet is still going, baby. So Fira Feline said, when I said about being hot or cold, he said, it's just inside your brain. He said, cold and warm really doesn't exist. He said, I only take cold showers, and after 10 seconds, you feel the water heating up, even though the water is just cold. He said, passion heats things up too. So no USB or no electric blanket needed. So he said all that to basically say, hey, he heats his girls up naturally like I do. He said, in many ways, our reality is just an illusion. I agree to a certain extent. In many ways, this reality is an illusion. Just look at the wild animals that can survive the harsh winter season, but we need an electric blanket. Now, the only thing that I will counter him on that is a lot of these animals have coats that are made to live outside. Even my inside cats, if I wasn't taking care of them every day, they find a way to live out there. And part of the reason they live is because they have fur, they have coats. Just like dogs. Yeah, it's best to take a dog in, but guess what? A lot of dogs can make it through a harsh winter because they had those coats on. So animals, a lot of them, they're made to live outside. You know, we've domesticated animals. You know, they were living outside. All animals were wild at one point. We've domesticated certain animals. So they're actually made to live out there. Now, with us, you could say, truth be told, at one point, we didn't have shelter. But with our intellect, we know that we can't survive in certain conditions. So we evolved to find shelter and find things to keep ourselves alive. You know, even way back to the Stone Age, hey, guess what? They couldn't build a house, but they went in the cave. So, you know, we was built to know, okay, we need to seek shelter to stay alive. As far as the showers and stuff concerned, like right now, I don't have any hot water in my house. I heat my hot water heater went out. I heat my water up to take a bath. I've taken many a cold shower on my day, but the difference between us is I ain't never felt it heating up. Now, I've gotten used to it, but it ain't never heated up for me. But I do understand what you mean. A lot of things are mind over matter. And when it comes to your girl, like you say, that electric blanket, in my opinion, unless you want to feel it warm, like Redmond says, before you get there, it can be overblown. You know, you can do it with your own body. Also, he goes on to say, I only take cold. He says, oh no, I actually finished that comment. So on to the next one is my boy Bud P. He said Memphis on Heat Her Up. He said I need to be Memphis mayor for 2022. I only brought that up because it made me laugh. But I've said before, I don't want nothing to do with politics, nothing. But I appreciate the sentiment, Bud P. That's my guy. He's contributed to the show several times. Appreciate you, much love. Next, I have the General. He commented on Heat Her Up. Oh, My bad, General. I had you marked under the wrong name earlier, but I've already went over your comment. I think. Yep. I already made your comment, so that's good. 100 Dreams on Meet the Family. 100 Dreams says that he loves my confidence. I appreciate you, 100 Dreams. I'm going to read your comment just to make sure I didn't leave anything out. Because sometimes, man, you can leave one word out of a comment and find out that you missed the whole context of what somebody was really, really trying to say. Like I say, I'm not in no rush. I'm having fun. I don't like all this rain that I hear out here. But as long as the show's still going, I'm still going. Where's 100 Dreams at? Oh, no, I done went past 100 Dreams. And hold on, guys. Oh, there it is. There it is. 100 Dreams says, I love your confidence, and you're so right. Oh, Meet the Family. He just said, I'm so right. And what did I say? I just loved it. Well, I appreciate you, 100 Dreams. I definitely want to let you know that. I appreciate you loving my confidence. But 100 Dreams said something else I wanted to address. There it is. Okay. On my video called A Happy Virgin, which I did this a while back, and I was just talking about how, man, look, you don't need to be no happy virgin if you ain't had sex with a human woman. That's something that every human man needs to experience at least once in his life before you fully come over to my side of things and be straight with the dog life. I'm sorry, you do need to smell a healthy human vagina. It is, ooh, you just don't know. It is amazing. But 100 Dream says, I want a dog not because of sex, but because it sounds so much fun to have one around. And it is. He said, I'm an imaginative person. I set up a chessboard and sit here on one side of it. If you're an imaginative person, you're going to love the dog life. He said, I buy a desk and sit here like my assistant. Secretary Tsunade is my assistant. He said, I take pictures as if she was actually living, but of course I know she's a dog. She might be a dog, but she'll have a life. She'll have a life for us, believe me. After a while, she'll have a bit of a life for us. You'll know what I mean. He said, yeah, of course, I love to have sex with a real girl, but I mentioned it before, and I didn't remember this about him. He said, but I'm autistic, and I don't connect with people in a way to form a proper relationship, so casual sex just doesn't really attract me. So, yeah, I love to have proper sex, but I feel mean leading a girl on. Let me just stop for a second. First of all, I've always said, if you got some type of medical condition preventing you from dating, mental or physical, guess what? You get a pass. I understand. Guess what? If you feel like, under those circumstances, you can't have sex with a human woman and you just only have the dog life as an option, under those special circumstances, I'm cool with you, man. I just say if you're an able-bodied person, don't use ugly as an excuse. You can have sex with a human woman, and I love you to do that before you settle only into this life. But he goes on to say he would feel mean leading a girl on. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, never now. You wouldn't be leading a girl on that make love. What do you mean? And believe me, you can make love to a woman without marrying them. So you're not leading a woman on by talking to them and eventually making love to them. Guess what? You're making love. And if you feel like you're leading them on, just let them know, hey, look, I like you, but we ain't in no relationship. Look, I'm not looking for this to go anywhere now. She may choose not to make love to you at that point. But guess what? If she doesn't, you move on to the next one. Move on to the next one, because it's going to be one that's going to be like, cool, we can just have some fun. But I just tell you this: if you want to play into your disability and say that you can't get a woman, like I told you, and autism is real, I understand. I just say this: if you feel like there's something hindering you, I'm here for you. But I would even say with autism, not to speak the negative. Because I believe even autistic, you can definitely find a human woman that'll make love to you. But to keep going, he says, a dog feels just better to me because she's always there. And I promise you, that's one of the things you're going to love about a dog. He says she doesn't rely on me constantly looking out for her. That's where you're wrong. And I already talked to him about that. And that's what he sort of said something about that later on. But I said, that's where you're wrong. He said, and the responsibility of a real relationship doesn't sit well with me. Well, if you don't want responsibility, get out of the, and I ain't talking to him. I'm just talking about anybody. If you don't want responsibility, stop looking for a companion dog right now. It's a responsibility now. It's one I love, enjoy, and have centered my whole life around now. But don't think this is the easy way out. No, it's a responsibility. You got to keep that girl healthy, whole, and working. And like I said, I would love for you to treat her in an imaginative way very well. Always have her with you. You know, you can gain a lot from it therapeutically. So, with all that said, I think I ended his comment. But what did I tell him? Did I tell him anything? I said, I've always said, if you have a medical condition, I understand. I said, God bless you. I love your vision with the chessboard because I do love that. And I did tell him you would constantly need to look after your dog. It's a big responsibility. And later on, I had already read his comment where he admitted that, hey, yeah, it is a responsibility. Next, I want to read his comment on Perfect Pillow and his Haunted Dreams. He had a great comment on Perfect Pillow, I believe. Let me see what he said. He said something I want to read. And I'm having so much fun with you guys today. I'm just so glad you guys are here. I just feel so much better knowing that I have no restraints on me, knowing I can finish this show properly today without even having to think about it. So let me see. I'm getting to it now. Honey Dream said this. Oh, they took it. They didn't let this one come up. Sometimes they'll flag a comment, and I can only see the beginning. And on this one, all I saw was Honey Dream said something about he looked up to me. So I just tell you this, Honey Dreams, I appreciate you for looking up to me. I'm here for you. And like you say, man, I'm here to uplift all of my followers and subscribers, friends, family, everybody that's here. I'm here to uplift you and send you love, you know, because we can all learn and grow together. That's what I'm here for. And I'm taking the time to do just that. You know, if I just wanted to, like you say, if I just looked at something like this as a job, I would have been tried to get the hell out of here. You know, if I just looked at this like, okay, I'm just trying to make something with it, I would have said 2 words and got the hell out of here. I really care about this subject. I really care about the dog life. I care about people that's trying to get into this dog life. And more importantly, I just care about helping people, you know, even aside from the dog life, you know, even on the outskirts, whether it's your relationship, whether it's spirituality, whether it's just other advice that you believe that I can be helpful with. So that's what I'm here for, to help people, love people, and keep that going, keep that goodwill going in this world. That's what we need, more of, goodwill towards each other. Jermaine Melton. Hey, I like what Jermaine Melton said. It was a real quick comment on my Perfect Pillow video. And he just said, am I on the right video? Yeah. I don't see his comment. Oh, there you go. Right there. Right when, hey, look. Hey, that's why you can't give up, y'all. Look, right when I got out of there, I found it. I mean, right when I swiped out of there, his comment popped up. There it is. On my Perfect Pillow video, where I was explaining, man, how great it is to sleep next to your companion dog. I mean, it's just an amazing thing. Like I told you, One of the things I used to hate about breaking up with a long-time girlfriend is you can't sleep next to him anymore. And that's one of the things I really used to miss. But Jermaine Melton said, I sleep good with mine sitting next to me. So it's good to know somebody else sleeping good with their companion dog sitting right next to them. David Lee. I'm so glad I ran across his comment next. David Lee. He said, that's the reason why I chose a torso companion dog. Not heavy compared to the full size. Best body pillow to sleep with. He said, my money well spent. He said, yes, there's a sweet spot that makes me so relaxed that very time I fall asleep. I loved his comment, man, because I just want to not discount the torso dogs. They have a place in this world. Now, me, I don't gravitate towards the ones without a head now. I like those torso dogs with the head. I believe they are more of a brother or sister to the full life-size companion dog. And believe it was a time when I used to think about getting one of those before I got the dogs. I'm glad I didn't, only because I just like the full life-size version, excuse me. And I think I told David Lee a long time ago, it was somebody, if it wasn't him, that had a torso dog. I was like, you know what? The only reason I wouldn't get a torso dog, and I know that certain people try to come down on them, not certain people, but depending on where you are, it can be trouble. But I was like, you know what? I get a mini dog. That way she'll still be a full dog, you know, before I got a torso dog. But I do believe torso dogs have a very good place in the dog community. Like you said, you could be living in a very small apartment. You know, you don't have space, you know, and you just feel like it'd be better for you. Don't be ashamed to get that torso dog. But like I say, if you're going to get one, I would suggest getting one with the head. So I definitely feel you on that, David Lee. Fear of Feline said something on that video. What did he say? He said, sleeping is important for your health. Companion dogs save lives. And he's right. Sleep is more important than you think. You can be walking around here getting 1 hour of sleep, and believe me, it's a struggle. Well, I don't even want to talk about that, but I just say this. You could walk around here getting 1 hour of sleep a day, doing everything else right, and be very unhealthy. Sleep is essential. So make sure you getting your rest. Fear of Feline was right about that. And Withering Liberal said something. He didn't watch so many of my videos, so it was sort of puzzling that he said this. And what did he say it on? He supposedly said it on this video. There it is. He said, I think Cali Sun is your fave. And so, what did I say to him? I said, most definitely. But only reason I'm a little puzzled is Withering Liberal been around for a while now. And I know that he should know that Cali is my favorite. You know, he shouldn't. I hope he wasn't guessing. And there go that tornado warning. But I hope he wasn't guessing. But yeah, man, Withering, Cali is definitely my number one girl. And my girls are in case you're wondering, none of them are jealous. So they don't mind me saying it out loud. And at this point, it ain't no sense in hiding it. Y'all know who be with me 24/7. Okay, I got two more. Oh, I got one more comment, y'all. I'm back to the live stream and we wrapping it up. So this comment is from a guy, Edmund Dantes. And this comment was on, it was actually on the Perfect Pillow video. I'm trying to think. I might have read this one already. He said, I can't wait to see your chocolate. That's what it was a similar comment. It wasn't this one. But Edmund Dante says, I can't wait to see your chocolate Iron Tech dog. I said, me either, my friend. Here's the deal. I said, I'm getting a woman of a doll of color in 2023. And I don't know how that's going to happen, when or where, what brand or whatever. Like I'm supposed to be getting $2 this year. And I told you that last year and didn't know when, where, or how. And we well into this year. Of course, I haven't had a doll yet. But as far as my doll of color is concerned, I just feel like 2023, I'm going to end up with that doll. I don't know what brand she's going to be, but I say this. If it's an Iron Tech doll, I'm going to be a very happy man because I love the models that I see them making. Because I thought it was Joy YBB dolls that was making some beautiful black girls, nice dolls. I thought that I was looking at one point. I have to double check that. But when I did this Iron Tech review, I just say this. That deep dive I took into Iron Tech did better for them in my mind than I thought it would. Because before I looked at that, did that video on Iron Tech, I liked them from afar. I said, man, they like a nice little company. But after I started learning more and more about them, I'm like, you know what? They look like a great company. So I'm going to keep my eye on them. But with all that said, we finished all the comments from my videos, man. So far, I'm so happy. I think we are closing in on the longest stream I've done so far. So I'm happy about that. And this won't be the 24-hour stream, especially with the way this weather going out here and all that crap. But you know what? One day, that 24-hour stream coming. So let me catch back up with you guys, man. Redmond says, okay, hold on. Sang said, dang, because I'm in a tropical region, I never realized the temperature even matter. Yes, it does matter. So, Sang, if you don't have a doll yet, I'm letting you know. You may want to, because especially if it gets humid where you live, you may have to go full silicone, bro. You may have to skip TPE. And I'm letting you know, full silicone is a little more expensive. But I had a guy that got a Kimber doll, and he was somewhere very hot, and he didn't have any AC. And he was like, man, my Kimber doll stayed sweating or whatever. And I was like, man, that's funny. My Kimber dolls have never sweated. But that's when he started filling me in on the humidity and all that type of stuff where he was. And I was like, man, did you know that before you got the Kimber doll? He was like, yeah. I said, he said, yes, I did. I said, I wish you had told me, because he was asking me advice. I said, I wish you had told me you were living in a humid environment or region of the country, because then I would have advised you to go silicone, because they are more resistant to heat and the cold. So, Sang, I'm sorry, you may have to go silicone, brother. Yeah, Jack Green. Jack Green. Look at Jack Green, man. Jack Green said 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming. Yeah, baby. Yeah, Jack Green. I did it, baby. I'm doing it, baby. We doing it, Jack Green. Like I say, man, y'all gonna mess around and motivate me to do this 24-hour stream for real one day. I'm letting you know, though. I'm gonna probably pass out and be asleep and do all type of other stuff during the stream. So I'm letting you know. It ain't gonna, hey, ain't no telling what's gonna be. Look, you'll be waking up seeing what's happening on the stream. Redmond says, I remember before I ever had my first dog, I thought I needed to buy everything in the store before she came to find out I needed only about 4 things. Hey, Redmond, go and look at my video. I did a video before my girls came. It was my I don't trying to think. I think I might have been Hefner by then, but I did a video where it was called $6 scavenger hunt, where I was going to get supplies. Man, I was rushing, getting all type of stuff. Now, I tell you this, I still got that supply box back in the room with some of the original things I bought. And I was saying to myself to this day, like, you know what? You did good buying some of this stuff, because it's coming in handy. Like, I was buying all type of stuff, man, that I didn't even know I was going to be needing at the time. Like, I still got a box of tampons I've never used because I never had sex with the girls, but I got them to help dry them out. But I got a lot of supplies that I haven't used, but I had bought a lot of extra powder. I had bought a lot of extra oil, and I'm just getting to using that stuff up now. So it actually came in handy. One thing I got enough of, I think, now, but I was buying white sheets and stuff because I was so paranoid about sitting the girls on anything with color on it. And honestly, to this day, I'm still glad I did that. I tell you this, if you're looking to spend money on something, you can't have enough memory foam. I got about 5 memory foams and I still want more. You cannot have enough because I got like 2 on my bed. I got 1 on the couch in the back. I got a little bit in each one of their chairs right here, but it's the cheaper memory foam. But what I'm saying is, like, I can go to the store and get about 3 memory foams right now. And I put even more on my bed. Because like I tell you, more memory foam definitely ain't going to hurt your girls when she laying there. Because I told you guys, I tell you guys the right thing to do, but I also do some cheating of my own sometimes, man. Sometimes, like, Callie will lay in the bed for 2 days. But it's on memory foam, and so she's not damaged whatsoever. Saima then laid in my bed and not had any damage because I had the memory foam. So it's life. If you want to spend some money on just some accessories, get you some damn memory foam. Sign, he said, now that I have my WM head, I thought it would feel weird, but it feels great to have her watching over me as I do science research. Now got to get a body. Oh, you good, Sign? So I didn't realize I didn't realize you just had a piece of a girl like that. I didn't know you had just bought a head first. So I think that's cool that you actually just, you just got a head first. It's funny. You did the reverse of me, saying I had a body in my house without a head first. Well, you got a head without a body. The thing about it is, are you gonna get a WM body? Because that's gonna come with a head too. Or are you gonna get, are you gonna do like one of my girls? Are you gonna get a Kimber body and then put the head on it? So you got some stuff to think about. Redmond says, "Sign, get a Kimber dog body. It would be cheaper and it would really make your dog come to life." Redmond said it right there. I mean, honestly, the thing about it is a WM head, if it's a tan head, it's the perfect head for a Kimber dog body. That's for one. But for two, like you say, it's an easy way to go ahead and get in the game, especially since you already got the head. But like I told you, you better have some good AC if you're in a tropical region. If you ain't got no good AC, if you keep all the windows up all the time and it's super warm in that house, you don't need TPE. And I hate to say that because that WM head is not going to do good if that house gets warm. Too warm, I'm letting you know. And Sign, if you do get that Kimber dog, you better use my code Dog King with no spaces. DOLLKING. You get a free wig. Redmond says, man, before I had a full dog, I bought the WM dog head number 74, and I still have it now and put it on one of my Iron Tex dogs. That's sweet. I'm gonna check that. Hey man, I'm gonna check that head out. You said you got dog head number 74. Redmond. I'm gonna have fun looking up y'all dog heads, man, when I get out of here. Redmond has WM dog head 74. And he said, he put it on one of his Iron Tech girls. That's pretty cool. Burger Boy. He said, y'all stay safe. The harsh weather now. Oh, yeah, it's harsh weather out here right now, brother. It's coming down. It's like Tornado Alley outside. Redmond says, he asked him, does Iron Tech or WM win? I can't lie. Like, I already gave you my answer. Like, I feel like Iron Tech is the newer company. I feel like WM will have the bigger head selection. And like you said, I don't like giving people my full endorsement before I touch them. But just from looking at it, I might have to go Iron Tech. But I tell you what, it's easier for me to say that because I have a WM. You know what? I'm gonna be completely transparent because I'm thinking about it right now. Like, man, before I got my WM, right, I was looking at all the manufacturers and things of that nature. I saw Iron Tech. I seen all the people out there, but I was really just thinking about booty. And from previous research, because I've been into dogs for a long time, I had kept reading that WM was the best with booties. So I'm like, man, I'm gonna go and give me a WM whenever I get me a dog. So I think subconsciously I was already sort of programmed to look for WM. And that's why I was sort of warning people in this stream of, hey man, we hear about WM so much, sometimes it's hard to get off of them because they are a quality dog. And once you get a WM, you are a legit dog. You legit. But I'm just saying today, knowing what I know now, I'll tell you this. Iron Tech or WM, neither one of them would be my first dog if I had to do it today. And I'm stopping because, man, what just started going across my head was a lot of WM dogs. And it's some fine ass WM dogs out there. Let me tell you, because I'm telling you, it's some WM heads that you will have to see to believe. Man, but I'm telling you, man, I don't know, man. I think it's some strongly leaning towards Iron Tech as well. You know what I'm saying? So if I had to choose between both of them, it's a tough choice. You can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong. I'm gonna tell you though, WM did step their game up now that they offer the articulated fingers too. I'm just gonna tell you this, man. It's a tough pick. Redmond says WM for all other dogs. Redmond says Iron Tech for black dogs. Redmond says WM for all other dogs. I don't know, but I get what you're saying. Redmond says Iron Tech has some of the best, most real bodies. WM has so many choices, hard to beat. That's the thing about WM. That was well said. That's why it was hard for me to just. I'm glad. That's why it was just hard for me to just come straight against and say Iron Tech, because every time I want to say Iron Tech, I keep on thinking like, damn. But you may keep looking at WM and just see something that you just can't resist. I tell you one thing that compels me to go with Iron Tech is now that I have a WM, I'm not a fan of their TPE mix. It's just a little too sticky for me. That's all. It ain't. And when I say sticky, for people who are just watching it, you're not going to understand what I mean. You're going to think that when I touch her, she's going to feel like gum. That ain't what I mean. I mean that once you powder her up, it seems like she gets a little bit more tactile quicker than the other dogs, meaning that the powder may wear off a little bit, and like you'll see things like hair maybe stick to her a little quicker. That's all. And Redmond T says God Know It versus Real Dog. And Redmond T says pick God Know It. I can't lie, Redmond. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. One day you may say I'm biased about it because Real Dog is my ultimate dog. God Know It, it does have some better faces. I say that. God Know It is super high quality. God Know It dogs can stand up. Real dogs can't. God Know It dogs have articulated fingers. Real dogs, they have very strong finger wires, but they don't have articulated fingers. God Know It dogs don't have fully articulated feet like another dog that I'm interested in. But God Know It dog is like ranking. It's like number 3 or 4 on my list because believe me, it's another company that I like more than God Know It dog. And you know, it's not better than Real Dog, but I mean, put it like this: it's another company I like. I ain't gonna bring them up right now, but I say this about Real Dog. Some of the faces on their site might throw you off a little bit. You might be like, I don't really love that dog. And then you might be like, hey, man, it's $1,000 dog that can stand up, but a real dog can't. I got a whole month or two where I'm going to be doing nothing but real dog talk. Nothing but real dog talk. And you'll begin to understand as I start breaking things down what I mean. But after doing my research, it's nothing on the market more real than a real dog. I don't care what you may see. I don't care what you might see. Nothing is more real than a real dog. Even the fact that it can't stand up, because that was a big deterrent for me at one point. But after I've done my research, they're not made to stand up for a reason. They're not made for that. They're made to be They're really made to be more of a sexual companion, but they can also be a companion. But the high quality that they're made with, from all of my research, it's unsurpassed. I'm just talking about just the high quality, the Hollywood quality of the effects of what the dolls are made with. Now, it's a couple of companies out there, and God knows is one of them that is definitely pushing real doll from a technological standpoint, and that's how they're catching up. But I've talked to, like you say, some of the biggest collectors in the world privately, and they keep telling me, they're like, Jay, I know what you see. They telling me this. They said, Jay, I know what you see, but I'm letting you know, as one of the biggest collectors in the world, is nothing better than a real doll. That's what they've been telling me, bro. No matter what you think you see. And when I start hearing the experts telling me this, the people that actually been in the game more than me, that's got over $100 and things of that nature, and they telling me it's a lot of great dolls, but I have to get a real doll. That's why I'm like, nah, I got to listen to them. So I saw that too. It looked legitimate, from what I see. It's a brand new doll. I mean, I'm not finna promote it, but I saw it. And it requires for me to look at it a little bit more. But from what I glanced at, it looked like it was legitimate. Same. If you've seen any of my old videos on AI, I've never been a big AI guy. I'm not a big technological guy when it comes to the way this world becoming so computerized and things like that. I'm a solid cash guy. But I'm not who I used to be anymore. I'm J. Dog King Hefner, and I'm changing by the minute, by the day. And when I did that show on artificial intelligence, that whole week where I was just doing research on artificial intelligence and things of that nature, and I'm giving you a hint, the show that you guys are going to see tomorrow is going to have a taste of AI type things in it. So get ready for that. But I say this, that show whetted my appetite. Even watching Blade Runner and all that, it whetted my appetite for AIs and started seeing it in a different ways. I'm like, you know what, Jay? I do believe. See, I'm gonna tell you why I had a big problem with AI. I don't like them. I really have a problem with people who say I can't have a relationship with my girl until I get AI or until AI advances. It frustrates me on that level because I'm like, hey guys, you don't have to wait for AI to have a relationship. You can use your imagination. Listen to these computer AIs. They don't even talk in a way to where it's even the high-tech ones, they still can't talk in a way to where it convinces me like a human. And I feel like until these AIs go into straight human mode, talking, they're not going to fully convince you. You're going to need your imagination to go to work. So I've never been big on it. I'm like, you know what? I'm cool. And I love my girls as they are. I like the fact that they don't talk. But after I did that research, did those shows, I started warming up to the idea of like, you know what? In the future, I can see myself warming up to the idea of having an AI. And in the future, I can see myself warming up into having a fully robotic doll. A fully robotic doll, man. So I'm like, man, I'm going to grow with the times, especially in this industry. As the cutting edge comes out while I'm alive, I want to be right on the forefront. I want to be right on the forefront. I want to be the guy that, hey, they want me to check it out, so I can bring it to you guys and be like, hey, look, man, don't touch it. Or I can be like, hey, this is cutting edge technology and we all need to jump on this. So, man, I'm excited too, son. Oh, no. I ain't, no. And I'm like you, Redmond. Now you beginning to sound like me. Redmond says he ain't gonna promote Fire Dog until he can unbox one. That's my thing. Unless I touch somebody's dog. Look, I love what Iron Tech looks like. I know they're a legitimate company. Piper Dog, we all know they're a legitimate company. WM, legitimate company. I got a WM. XY Cola, the list goes on. Sino Dog, San Huey, blah, blah, blah. The list goes on, right? They are legitimate. What I'm telling you is, I'm not promoting any of them as far as saying how good. I can say, hey, this brand looks good, this brand looks good, but I'm not going into full promotion mode until I touch one. Because even with Iron Tech, as much as I like what they look like, I don't know hands-on what their product is. I've seen it and it looks amazing. Now, one thing I am going to send them a bit of a kudos on this. Every Iron Tech dog automatically comes with that Evo shrug and shoulder skeleton that you don't have to buy any extras to get. I love that fact. Unless that's changed. Because I saw that on one of their videos recently of how they say, hey, they come with Evo shrug and shoulder skeletons as an automatic. It's nothing that you have to add with the dog. I actually like that. That's pretty cool. But once again, until I touch the product, I'm not promoting a damn thing. So, either way, hey guys, look, we closing up in on 5 hours, baby. We finna break the record. Break the record. I'm so happy. But as y'all already know, I'm probably finna get ready to close it down for the day. But I do want to make it to this 5-hour mark. So guess what? I'm finna look back over my comments and see if it's anything else that I can say right before we get the hell out of here. Because it could be something that I might want to talk about right before we go. It could be one thing. Well, you know what? I'm not going to go through all those because I don't want to waste the time I got left. I say this. Going back to the subject of, hey, Uruguay, what's up, my friend? Good to see you at the last second. I will say this. In closing, the whole subject of this show was smack talk. And it was talking about Will smacking Chris Rock on Oscars night. And I say this. It was unnecessary. I hated to see that. It was very ugly. It was embarrassing. It was a stain that I hate that Will added to his resume. It's a stain, unfortunately, that not Chris Rock has to carry around forever. Nobody's going to forget that ever. You could have got smacked at a bar or something, but not on Oscar night in front of the world like that. And he was the bigger man, or either he was scared. I don't really know. But as I've said, I know the human reaction in you is to say he should have whooped Will's ass. And I can't lie. I understand because I can't sit up here and say that I wouldn't have struck back. I'm saying this. Thank God that he didn't allow that man to Chris Rock to fight him back, because that would have been one of the ugliest scenes ever of two big grown men of color laid out on an Oscar stage scrapping over what? A G.I. Jane joke. And like I say, once again, it's a further I can't think of the word I want to say. Either way, it definitely lets me know I'm doing the right thing by being the companion dog game. It's a great promotion for companion dogs, because you're never going to be put in a position where you have to try to defend your companion dog against words. Now keep in mind, I'm always going to try to keep my girls physically safe. You don't want nobody running up trying to harm your girls. That's different. But talk, no. You can be above that. You can keep right on walking. And these girls, they ain't going to look at you crazy like you better be doing something. They're going to allow you to walk, keep walking, go home, and be safe. So with all that said, I want to send my blessings to Will Smith, to Chris Rock. God bless you both, man, because that's a hell of a situation. I hate it had to come to that. So I'm hoping that they can find some resolve in their own private lives. But as far as you guys, I want to thank you guys for being here with me today. I love you. I appreciate you. I want to say thank you, Uruguay. He said my channel on Instagram is pretty cool. I appreciate you here, Guy. Thank you for following me on Instagram. And I just want to thank you guys for being here with me today, man. Like I say, it's a blessing. This is 5 hours, man. And hey, I do plan on doing that 24-hour stream. So be on the lookout for that coming one day. It's going to be a hell of a marathon. This has been 5 hours, but you know what? I can do 24 hours. I don't know if I'm going to sit in front of the computer for 24 hours, but I can do 24-hour stream. We're going to definitely get that done one of these days. So with all that said, I really enjoyed you guys. If you're not subscribed to me, if you're just turning this on, you've never seen me before, we would love for you to hit those subscriptions and notifications. If you're watching, if you've been a long-time viewer, if you've never subscribed, we love for you guys to hit those subscriptions. But as of right now, it's been Smack Talk, me, Jada King Hefner, the beautiful Cali Sun, the beautiful Asana Moon. We are finna get the schmel out of here. It's been definitely great, man. We got to shut a few things down. And if you got a comment or anything you want to shoot right now, I'll probably try to hit that up before I get out of here. But I'm finna take this banner down. Bye-bye, banner. See ya. Finna go to this branding. Oh, yeah, baby. So we love you guys. We appreciate you. And be tuned in to my next show tomorrow. Like I say, it's got something to do with AI. And as far as a live stream, we might not see you till next Wednesday. But hell, I'm feeling sort of frisky. We might check in with you this weekend. So be on the lookout. But with all that said, man, me, Jada King Hefner, and all the girls, we out of here. See you.